long as I hear.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
Every day is a great day at the Fairfield Inn & Suites, Wichita downtown. With over 1,000 Fairfields worldwide, they rank in the top 20% for cleanliness and service. Located at Kellogg and Main in the Waterwalk District, they are centrally located. Providing exceptional service is their thing. And make sure to enjoy a hot breakfast buffet with every stay. Let them be your home away from home. Fairfield Inn & Suites, Wichita downtown by Marriott. Wichita's hidden gem. Don't just watch a movie, experience it at Boulevard Theaters. With plush reclining seats, premium sound, and crystal clear screens, every show feels like a premiere. Don't miss any moment on the big screen for food. Simply just order right from your phone and earn points to get rewards with the Boulevard Club. Want to save even more? Check out $8 movies at the Old Town location or $5 films at Town West on Mondays. Get tickets for the next blockbuster at Boulevard Theaters at BLVDtheaters.com.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their location at 21st and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit boothcreekwagyu.com to order today.
You've got options for what you can do with your money. So asking the right banking and investing questions matters. But who you ask is just as important as what you ask. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of experience helping people like you get the most out of their money. No matter your questions, we have proven financial solutions and strategies that we can tailor to meet your needs. Working together, we'll find your answers. The only answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Don't just watch a movie, experience it at Boulevard Theaters. With plush reclining seats, premium sound, and crystal clear screens, every show feels like a premiere. Don't miss any moment on the big screen for food. Simply just order right from your phone and earn points to get rewards with the Boulevard Club. Want to save even more? Check out $8 movies at the Old Town location or $5 films at Town West on Mondays. Get tickets for the next blockbuster at Boulevard Theaters at BLVDtheaters.com.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint,
batteries,
tools,
toilet paper,
extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets,
snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Get ready for a night to remember. The Good Old Boys Reunion.
Good old boys, we're all
Starring Mo Bandy, Joe Stampley, and Johnny Lee. Live and in concert at Seven Clams First Council Casino and Hotel. Friday, January 23rd. Get your tickets at the Seven Clams Players Club. Online at sevenclams.com. By phone 866-966-1777. Good Old Boys Reunion. Coming to Seven Clams First Council Casino in Newkirk.
Are you tired of replacing your roof every 5 years? AR Roofing has permanent solutions for you. AR offers both stone-coated steel and indestructible rubberized roofing options, reducing your insurance premiums and promising this
is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Greetings. Hello. Welcome in. Shane Dennis Show here on a Monday. Dylan Brett in for Jack today. So the old DB for the next handful of hours as he's in for Jack today. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. Got a lot to react to and talk about. Most of it will be basketball. Basketball intensive Shane Dennis Show today. Here from noon to 2. We would love to hear your opinions if you got them. and you want to make them known, then I got a couple different ways for you to pitch in if you want to. First being the hotline. If you want to call, you can. 316-669-4996. So if you got thoughts or questions or comments on Wichita State, KU, K-State, Twitter question, our player of the week, then fire up the hotline and let us know. 316-669-4996. If you'd rather text, and a lot of you use the text line, exclusively for texters, and certainly during I'm Old, Dylan's Young, you guys fire up those texts at the end of our show as it sometimes borders on going off the rails. But if you want to text us, you can do it. 316-247-0923. That's text line. So use that whenever you want. I see the texts. Pat Strathman sees them. Chance Lebo sees them. So if you want to point a text in any one of our specific directions, point it out. Say our names if you want. Sign your name if you want. Don't have to. But you can use that any old time you feel like it. 316-247-0923. You can stream the show by downloading the ESPN Wichita app. Take us with you wherever you go. Listen live wherever. Listen to past shows whenever. ESPN Wichita app. Highly recommend. Also, if you work from home or you have a cave or an office at home and you want to stream, ESPNWichita.com is where you go and do that. Click on Listen Live. Or if you got to work and our shows don't fit perfectly into your schedule, but you like us and you want to listen to us anyway, on demand, they're archived at ESPNWichita.com and our ESPN Wichita app. So if after the fact you want to check out a show or a segment, part of a show, interview, something you may have missed, or something you just want to hear again, you can do it at your leisure. ESPNWichita.com, click on podcast. If you're tooling around in your car and you want to listen to us, 92.3 FM. That's where that was all born to start with. So old, reliable, 92.3 FM. Or if you got a radio around the house, like I do, then tune it to 92.3 FM. If you would like to watch us, yes, we are on the live stream, various places. X at ESPN Wichita, Facebook, ESPN Wichita, or our YouTube channel. Head on over there and search ESPN Wichita, subscribe to it. You can look at us. You look at all the bobbleheads we have here in the studio. You can see our Bud Light fridge just to my right. You can kind of see the Kansas City Chiefs Bud Light sign that we'll give away at the end of the football season. It's up there. So you can live stream us on all those socials, and kind of as a bonus, Chance makes sure that a schedule of the show is down there on the crawl. So it gives you all the pertinent information that you need, our text line, the lineup for that particular show, whatever's on. Very comprehensive and kind of cool if you want to watch the show as opposed to just listening to it. So you got that option too. We are at our Equity Bank Park studio. It is January 12th, and we're headed for a high today of 57 degrees here in Wichita. All right. We'll lay out specifically the basketball-intensive show that will be the next 2 hours and in what order we're going to go. But before we do that, DB's got a joke for us. We call it a moment of levity. What you got, Dylan? Make us laugh. No pressure.
It's been a while, so there's a little bit of pressure. But
yeah.
I once wrote a song about a tortilla, but it was more of a rap.
Hey, what would you call a worldwide weight loss competition?
That's a really good question. I don't know. Hit me with it.
The Ozempics. Yeah, not bad, huh?
Topical and funny.
Yes, especially for me. All right. Today it is January 12th. It is National Kiss a Ginger Day. Not my words. I wouldn't necessarily call the redheads gingers, but Chance didn't seem to mind. So maybe it's okay. Curried Chicken Day, National Pharmacist Day, and National Marzipan Day. 6 days to tell you about tomorrow when we get there. Notable born days: Jack London, journalist and pioneer of commercialized fiction, born 1876. Also, let's see, Kirstie Alley, born day, Wichita's own Kirstie Alley, actress Rebecca from the sitcom Cheers. What was it, 3 Men and a Baby? She was in that too. Also born day, Rush Limbaugh, Ricky Van Shelton, and Howard Stern, all celebrating birthdays today. All right, there you go. Here's what we're going to talk about. In order, Wichita State finally got a bit of a comfortable game and got a W under their belt. They played yesterday at the Roundhouse, took care of North Texas. I'll talk about that coming up here in just a second and why that was significant ahead of the Shockers' Florida road swing that they'll go on next week, or this week rather. So we'll talk Shockers coming up here in the opening segment. Also, KU is now 1-2 in the Big 12 after their trip to Morgantown on Saturday. I got thoughts on that. Are they not as good defensively as we were led to believe? Certainly a fair question. And also some Bill Self audio. I thought his post-game presser is pretty interesting. So we'll hear part of that and react to his comments in reaction to the Jayhawks being 1-2 and on the eve of Iowa State coming to town. So certainly some consternation in Lawrence. We'll hear from Bill Self himself, post-game presser following their 86-75 loss in a game in which the Hawks led by 8 at one point in the second half. So a little KU talk coming up at 12:25. And then the Twitter question at 12:45 or thereabouts has to do with Saturday Night Live weekend update hosts. Got 4 to vote from your favorite weekend update host over the years on Saturday Night Live. And then at 1 o'clock, I guess misery loves company because K-State lost over the weekend too. They lost to Arizona State. And the natives are getting restless in Manhattan and those around the state, the Midwest. If you call yourself a K-State fan, patience probably run a little short with Jerome Tang. We'll hear from him post-game. He was a little more, I don't know how to describe it. We'll listen to it and we'll react to it after K-State falls to 0-3 in the league after dropping a 3-point decision to Arizona State over the weekend. And then at 1:25, or in that particular segment, bottom of hour 2 anyway, our PHP Law Player of the Week. And it was a quarterback of a team in the wild card round. And of that round, it absolutely did not disappoint. Matter of fact, maybe the most boring game, even though I didn't think it was boring, might have been last night. The 2-possession victory and somewhat comfortable victory by the Patriots over the Chargers. But all the rest of those games were cliffhangers. And my player of the week engineered another comeback and made one of the best throws that you may ever see. If you know, you know. We'll talk about that in hour number 2. But first, Wichita State 78, North Texas 67. Multiple things on display here, and to point out that were notable takeaways from Wichita State's win over North Texas. They get to 2-2 in the league. Their Ken Palm rating didn't really change much. The net rating likewise, because it was such a, I won't say a coin flip game because Vegas didn't agree that it was a coin flip game, but two teams that were pretty close to one another in the analytics, the net rankings, and the Ken Palm rankings. And North Texas, we led up to it late last week. They're not quite the same North Texas, but seeing them in person, I'm not sure how, because they look an awful lot like the North Texas teams the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, even though they are playing for a first-year head coach. But anyway, Shockers led in that game for all but a minute and a half. It was tied for a couple of minutes. Shockers were behind for a minute and 33 and led the rest of the way. And it was significant because Wichita State has played as many, I think I saw correctly, as many or more 2-possession games as any team in college basketball. They went into that game against UNT 2-7 in games decided by 6 points or fewer. So by definition, 2-possession games, Shockers had played 9 of them of their 16 going into yesterday. And they'd lost 7 of the 9. Further, Paul Mills was winless in his Shocker career against North Texas, having lost all 3 meetings, the last 2 by a grand total of 6 points. So a familiar theme when it comes to playing North Texas, bleeding over into 2025, 2026, that sees Wichita State play an inordinate amount of close games and unable to get over the hump in recent history against North Texas. You go back to January of 2024, UNT came into Wichita and beat Shockers by 12 in that game. That was the first matchup between Paul Mills and Ross Hodge then. It's Grant McCaslin before that, of course, but that was under Shocker coach Isaac Brown when UNT came into Wichita and won that game by 10 points. But the most recent 2, 58-54 at Charles Koch Arena, and then down at the Super Pit last year in March, 68-66. So you look back to recent history and you throw in how Wichita State has played this year. You fully expected yesterday to be close at the end. Now, Vegas, man, not that I'm ever going to try to figure out Vegas, but without TJ Williams yesterday, Shockers were without him because of a concussion protocol and a collision late in that game against Rice, if you recall. But no TJ Williams, lost as a sizable favorite against Rice, and yet Vegas not only favored Wichita State again yesterday, but by 8.5 and maybe even more than that, depending on when you looked at it. And what happened? Wichita State plays a non-2-possession game and wins fairly comfortably. Go figure. And it was a game that Wichita State needed badly, make no mistake. And I know you could probably, depending on your stance, it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda kind of thing, college basketball. On one hand, you could very easily see Wichita State being 4-0, in my opinion. You may disagree, but they beat UAB on the road to go 1-0. They were up 18 on the road against Charlotte and spit the bit and ended up losing. So I don't think you have to squint very hard to see or think that they should have won that game. And then they were a 12.5-point favorite against Rice, lost by 2. Now, I would listen to your argument that Rice outplayed Wichita State, so it wasn't as if they had that game and let it get away. But it was tied at 56 fairly late in the game, so it's a coin flip from there on out. And then the game yesterday. So, yeah, Wichita State could be in really good shape in the American right now, but they're not. And if you're glass half empty, you could also say that the game Wichita State won against UAB, that was pretty much against all odds. They were down, 14 or 16 in that game and came storming back to win. So UAB fans will tell you that the Blazers blew it, and they probably wouldn't be wrong. But bottom line, you are what your record says you are. And the record says Wichita State is 2-2 in the league. But I think they have pretty effectively exercised a few demons as they snapped a 3-game losing streak to North Texas at the Roundhouse, mind you, and 4 in a row overall against Wichita State, dating back to the Isaac Brown era, and now have still never won 5 in a row against Wichita State. Like I said, this isn't necessarily the North Texas of old, like the last 5 or 6 years. North Texas was I'd have to look here. I got it at my fingertips here, and I don't want to just generalize when I can look it up. They are 137 in KenPom this year, which is a tick below what they normally are. Last year, 71. Previous year, 74. Previous year to that, 31. And the year before that, 57. So at-large worthy over the past handful of years, including a year where they went 25-7 and lost to Virginia in the NCAA tournament. But even though they're not quite what they normally are, Wichita State got a badly needed win. And pretty much any way you slice it, whether it was by 1 or by 11 or they got up 15, 17 maybe. I think it was 51-34. They were up big. And then with 4:03 left to go in the game, wouldn't you know it, North Texas got within 6. Their magic number got within 6. But some pretty stingy defense, and Kenyon Giles came to the rescue. If you watched that game yesterday and you're a Shocker fan, I suppose 2 things could be true. You would have hoped that Giles got a lot more help than he did yesterday, but you thank your lucky stars for Kenyon Giles, period. He put on a shooting clinic and pretty much had to because of the way North Texas plays defense. They want you to play one-on-one ball. They want you to space the floor and go one-on-one, and are pretty good at preventing you from doing anything else. And that's what they've really been good at through 3 different coaches over the last 6, 8, 9 years, going back to Grant McCaslin. Grind you down defensively and play at a snail's pace offensively and make you make shots. Wichita State, virtually from start to finish yesterday, shot 50% from the floor. And most of it was due to Kenyon Giles' uncanny, and maybe it's not even uncanny, maybe we should start to expect it, shot making. I think he made his let me rephrase. I think the first 8 field goals that he made were 2s and didn't even shoot a 3. And if it wasn't 8, it was 7. But he ends up going 13 of 17 from the floor and made all 4 of his 3s. He now has, what do we got here? An 8 game streak where he's made 2 or more 3s. And I believe his grand total now is 54, something like that on the year, 54 made 3s. But against a team that makes you play like that, sure, the home cooking probably had some benefit to the Shockers. I'm not talking about officiating. I'm talking about the crowd. 55-49 was announced, and they were into it from start to finish, but Wichita State gave them a reason to be. And Kenyon Giles certainly did. I don't want to say, I don't want to be too hyperbolic here, but 13 of 17 from a guy that's 5'11", and most of the day had somebody quite a bit taller on him. Shockers are lucky to have it. They were also shorthanded yesterday, as I mentioned, no TJ Williams. So Shocker fans, certainly cross your fingers that he'll be back and available to play on the upcoming road swing to Florida Atlantic and USF, which we'll get to here in a second. But the Shockers bucked a few trends yesterday. Wasn't a close game. It got close, but it didn't end up that close. And we saw the emergence out of necessity of Dylan Battie, the transfer from Temple, who started the season playing in the place of Jarrett Valencia. And then when Valencia came back, I think there was even a DMP coach's decision in there for Dylan Battie. And then we come to find out a couple of games ago, or I think it was in a practice, a week and a half ago, Valencia blows out his Achilles. And then yesterday with no TJ Williams, you're extremely thin at the 4 or 3-4, wherever Paul Mills wanted to switch those guys around. Battie gives you 10 points and 9 rebounds in 30 minutes of play. Now, it wasn't all pretty because he missed 7 of his 10 shots from the floor and had 3 turnovers. But North Texas is a team that thrives on turnovers. So you'll excuse him. He wasn't the only guy. There were 5 guys that had 3 turnovers apiece. But Dylan Battie, as much as he could have yesterday, I think, played Robin to Kenyon Giles Batman as far as somebody to provide a little bit of scoring, a little bit of help. And that was Battie. Now, how much he plays moving forward, we will see. Certainly, it'll depend on TJ Williams' availability, who has seemed to hit the ground running after setting out all of last year due to that leg injury. But Wichita State, going into the game, just rewind to 1:59 p.m. yesterday. And you think back, all right, they're 1-2. They are without Valencia for the rest of the year. They know at that point they're not going to have TJ Williams available. And you're playing North Texas, a team that historically has had your number. And they went out, took care of business, led by 10 at half. It got down to 6. But Wichita State made the winning plays down the stretch to win. Not a breather, not an easy game, but compared to what they're used to, it was. And thank you, Kenyon Giles, for putting on a shooting clinic in making 13 of 17 from the floor, made all 3 of his free throws, a career high 33 points, and played every minute. Now, that might be another thing that is concerning moving forward. But at this point, you take him how you can get him. He played 40 minutes. Karan Boyd played 38. The bench was quite a bit shorter yesterday, as you would guess. No Valencia, no Williams. Drake Kendall played 14 minutes in Michael Gray Jr.'s stead. Brian Amunique got in there for 12 minutes. And Will Berg goes for 7 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks. I was talking to a coworker today. For those that maybe have a little heartburn on Will Berg's productivity, I have for years now, dating back to the Morris Udeze era, that if you're a Wichita State fan, and you're concerned about post players individually, smash the two post players together, Okorafor and Berg. Combine their numbers, and that's what your center is. That's probably how you have to look at it, because Wichita State's probably not going to have an all-conference guy in the pivot. There are fewer of those guys, traditional guys anyway, but Will Berg's a legit 7'2", and Okorafor, I think, is listed at 6'10". Those guys are 5 guys, period. They're not stretch 4s. They're not stretch 5s. They are back to the basket space eaters. And they yesterday combined for 13 points and 13 rebounds and 4 blocks. You'll take that out of your 5 guy. So just a little hint, a little suggestion. If you're bugged that Will Berg fouled out 2 games ago and only had 7 points yesterday, smash him and Okorafor's numbers together, and you got one guy, and that'll make you feel better. 316-247-0923. What did you think about the performance by Wichita State? If you're a Shocker fan, they get off to Schneid. They're now 2-2, and now they hit the road to 2 pretty tough places to play overall and this year too. Florida Atlantic is next. They beat Memphis yesterday at home. Florida Atlantic is right next to Wichita State in the Ken Pom. The analytics have them basically as a coin flip. South Florida, quite a bit better. They're 70 in Ken Pom. South Florida is a high-scoring, up-tempo machine. So is Florida Atlantic, although South Florida maybe even more so. South Florida currently 10-6, 2-1 in the league. They just beat Tulsa, put up 93 on them. They also have had games of 97, 94, 108, 100, 102, and 95 point output. Now, a bunch of those 100s and 95s were in the pre-conference, but you get the idea. They score a lot, and Florida Atlantic doesn't score quite as much, but they are an up-tempo team. In Ken Pom, their adjusted tempos up among the quickest in the country. Both teams, both Florida teams are. So Wichita State, it'll be a clash of styles at the very least. Texter says, Batee was solid. Giles was outstanding. Shockers looked better. Post play must get better. Numerous times both had the opportunity to go to the basket and never looked for the opportunity. Crowd size, no way there was 5,400 plus, and crowd noise sucks. I'll push back a little bit on the last part, Texter. The crowd noise did not suck. The crowd size, you can complain about it if you want to, but it's been quite a while since we've had 9,000 plus there. And so that might just be something you're going to have to get used to. Batee developing is a very good thing. Glad he was not seriously hurt, just a cramp. Yeah, when you play that much and you're not used to playing that much, that happens. And Michael Gray Jr. left the game and then came back with a little bit of a scare. He was flexing his knee. I don't know exactly what the diagnosis was, but he came back in the game to play that last possession and apparently made it through the game okay. So tough roadie coming up for Wichita State this week. They will be on the road first on Thursday against Florida Atlantic, and then Sunday against USF. Then they'll come home for 2 in a row against ECU and Memphis. So an interesting little stretch here for Wichita State, which looks to be destined for the NIT, save a long and improbable run through the American tournament. But that's we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But got a badly needed win yesterday, and for once played a game that didn't go down to the final seconds. 78-67 was the final. Keep the reaction coming if you want to. 316-247-0923. I'll try to get to them if I see them quick enough. Keep the opinions coming. When we come back, certainly not as good a news for KU fans. KU drops to 1-2 in the league. They surrender 86 to West Virginia. And we'll hear from Bill Self, who, his words, not mine, says Kansas sucks right now. We'll hear about KU. We'll react to it when we come back to 1231.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Aria that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Aria and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Aria.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app, your source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
You know, just when you thought you had some entity pegged, like we thought we had KU basketball pegged, i.e., they're really good defensively. Well, then along came Big 12 play. And it's been kind of weird, and not because I think that Jack and I were right, and as it turns out, we might not be, but how suddenly teams from the Big 12 are scoring pretty much at will against KU, and a 1-2 start in the league has wiped out quite a bit of goodwill that was built up leading into the conference play. And not that all teams are created equally. I get that for sure. But when you look back at the non-con, when it comes to KU's defense, and mind you, a lot of this is without Darren Peterson then versus now. But it was started in that Vegas get-together the week of Thanksgiving that you started to think, all right, Peterson or no Peterson, This team's gritty and can guard, and they like playing defense. And I don't think anybody will argue the point, especially then. But in a stretch of 8 games in which they won 7, and the only loss was to UConn, here's how many points KU gave up per game, in each game, I should say. In a stretch of 8 games where they won 7, they allowed 61, 60, 76, 61, 60, 76 in overtime, 49, and 61. Now, to be clear, 2 of those teams were Towson and Davidson. Those were the last 2 where they gave up 49 and 61. But 60 was against Mizzou. 61 was against UConn at home, and that was a game in which they lost. And the high water mark was 76, but that was a win over number 17 Tennessee. Since then, though, what in the hell has happened? And I know one of these games is overtime, but the last 3 games, all in conference, KU has allowed an average of 89 points per game. 81, 100, and 86. The most recent game, of course, Saturday morning against West Virginia. KU is averaging 84.7 points per game in the league and giving up 89. Iowa State is coming to town next. That's tomorrow. A game you can hear, of course, right here with Kansas Nation pregame starting at 6 o'clock. Tip at 8. And the 16-0 Cyclones will come to Lawrence, averaging, you guessed it, 88 points a game. Now, Bill Self will try to explain this as we hear from him here in just a second, and kind of paints a picture that they all played, UCF, TCU, and West Virginia. They all played really well, but he also does a decent job of explaining we clearly didn't do something well enough to make sure that they didn't play well. And I'm paraphrasing, and I kind of butchered that, but you'll hear from him here in a second, try to explain it. What you won't hear, I don't think, as part of this clip is a pretty infamous quote by now, and it's only been 48 hours. But he said, this league's a bitch, talking about the Big 12. And he's not wrong. But let me clarify this, though, on his behalf. A lot of people I'm seeing are taking it out of context. A lot of people might infer that he said that and at the same time meant that playing UCF, TCU, and West Virginia is a bitch. And that's not the case. He meant the Big 12 as a whole. If you heard the question, the way it was asked, and his response to how things are now in the Big 12. So not that I need to carry Bill Self's water, but for those overreacting and saying, dude, you just played UCF, TCU, and West Virginia. That's not a bitch of a schedule. That's not what he meant. So just to clarify that. He does address quite a bit in the post-game presser Saturday afternoon against West Virginia that saw them go from up 8 to down 8, about like that. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, it was a 16-0 run, uninterrupted. And KU had very little in the way of response in the second half. They were outscored by 15 and gave up 47 points in the final 20 minutes in losing 86-75. Let's hear from Bill Self. It was after the game on the podium in Morgantown after the Jayhawks led by 4 at half and lost by 11.
The schedule gets harder as the season goes along, obviously, but are you concerned at all with where the team's at?
We suck right now. But it's right now. Everybody goes through ebbs and flows.
Shane, I'll let you know when we're getting close to
the
5:35.
The last 3 games we haven't played well.
They do suck right now.
They do.
Because the thing about it is when the three
that 16-0
teams that we
into
played
20
thus
to 2,
far,
22-2, I think.
the common denominator.
You better be way ahead
with that is
to be able to survive that
really well. So that tells
Or have a lot of
me
time
that
left.
we're not doing something to make them play poorly. We can talk about a 16-0 run, which obviously occurred or whatever the deal is. But the bottom line, there was a time we had 58 or 59 points with 15 minutes left in the game against a team that only averages giving up 67 or 68. So it wasn't our offense. It was at the end, but it wasn't our offense up until the game flipped. It was the fact that we didn't get consistent stops on the other end and finish possessions, and that's a credit to them. I thought they played really well.
And kind of going with that, you've talked about the defense repeatedly being better since conference play started. What is so different when you look at the way they played in these 3 games versus in non-con play?
I don't know. Today we didn't switch near as much. We actually did some things a little bit different, but still our attention to detail and let's just call it. I have to watch tape and no matter what a coach says now, usually you can go back and say, well, that's because the coaching staff and the coach hasn't done a good enough job training them in what you want them to do different. So I mean, get it. So it sounds like to maybe if anything's said now that I'm placing blame on players. I'm not. I'm placing a fault with all of us, but we have not consistently got everybody to understand that your value to our program and to our team is being a junkyard dog more so than it is being a skilled player. We haven't got through to that, and we've got to do that, and that's the coach's responsibility is to get the players to do that. But our best teams here weren't great all the time, but we never let anybody else play well.
0 and 55 for West Virginia. What were they doing specifically that really caught your eye there, especially there in the second half?
Well, 0 had 16 at halftime. That can catch your eye pretty easy, and then the offensive rebounding. Obviously,
about 30 seconds left.
We didn't do a bad job in the game on the defensive boards until you look at they got 11. And really, only 2 offensive rebounds were
10 seconds. I'm going to put you up
than
and then just let it go.
The other 3 were good bounces out of bounds. We block a shot. We don't go after the ball. The ball goes out of bounds. It's their ball, and they end up making 4 points off of it.
0, by the way, was Brennan Lorient for West Virginia, who ended up with 18 points, 16 of those in the first half. 3 others in double figures overall. West Virginia shot 48% from the floor on 27 of 56, including 11 threes. And that 16-0 run that Bill talked about, which Dylan and I were talking off air, I think got to 20-2. That's hard to survive. You better be way ahead or have a bunch of time left if you give up a 20-2 run. And it's just not in the cards most of the time. So you come home at 1-2. Your present, if you will, tomorrow is number 2 and unbeaten Iowa State. Now, I'm not going to go so far as to predict anything here, but don't be a bit surprised if KU saves its best for this one. Playing Iowa State demands your full attention for 40 minutes. And maybe that's not even good enough. But I wouldn't be a bit surprised if KU's got a little something for ISU tomorrow in the Fog. Coverage again on Kansas Nation pregame right here. Starts at 6 o'clock with the opening tap at 8. After that, a rare Friday night game at home against Baylor. And then back-to-back roadies at Colorado, at K-State. And then they come back the final day of January, and we'll play an afternoon game. That's a Saturday against BYU. Now, I would say it's a tough stretch, but that would be redundant. This is a Big 12. We have already chronicled quite well, I think, how, in Bill Self's words, this league is a bitch. But the first 3 games probably shouldn't have been, and probably weren't, comparatively speaking, when you're talking about Iowa State coming to town. And even though Colorado's not been great, you're going to Elevation there, playing a late game a week from Tuesday. And then the K-State game, of course, they're plenty hungry. We'll hear about them here in just a little bit. But tough times right now for the Jayhawks, who, if you look at the latest bracketology, still on the 5 line, certainly a little lower than they're used to. But 1 and 2 in the Big 12 is certainly nothing to sneeze at and nothing to be ashamed of. But considering how much tougher it gets, road trips to Orlando and Morgantown, sandwiched around a home game against TCU, you're certainly expecting better than 1 and 2. 316-247-0923. If you got thoughts about KU on the text line, then fire it up and let us know what you think. When we return, Saturday Night Live is the topic for the Twitter question. Weekend update. Who you got? We'll check that out when we come back. 1247.
You're listening to The Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. Locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
All right, welcome back. It's 12:50. Shane and Dylan with you. Dylan in for Jack today for another hour or so before we hand you off to the Pulse. It comes your way from 2 to 4 today, each and every weekday. A little bit of a programming note reminder. Upcoming during the week. It's not too far out of the ordinary for really the first time in a long time. We've got Kansas Nation pregame tomorrow at 6 o'clock, leading into KU Iowa State. And then we have overtime at 6 o'clock on Wednesday. So that's kind of a normal staple during the week. And then we step outside of that a little bit on Thursday and give you some NBA action. New York and Golden State coming your way at 8:30. A little special NBA present for you coming up on Thursday at 8:30. And then KU Baylor coverage starting at 5:30 on Friday. Again, a rare Friday night game in the Big 12. And then we have a very special remote. I will be out at Gillies in Park City on Saturday, getting you ready for the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. So make plans on Saturday to come on out and see us. Be on the third floor, Golden Circle Sports Bar yet again. It's where we were this past Friday. I'll be out there this upcoming Saturday. So come see me and watch some NFL football coming up on Saturday as the divisional round will kick off then. Speaking of, Dylan, wild card weekend. 4 of the 5 games were absolutely bonkers. What was either most notable for you or your favorite game, or maybe both if you paid attention?
Well, I went into wild card weekend really, really wanting the Carolina Panthers to pull that huge upset. So I was really impressed with their performance. I mean, the Rams, at the end, we all saw what happened. It was they left him too much time. I hate saying that because that implies that you scored too soon, but you got to score when you score, and it's really hard to score in the first place.
I agree with that. That's an underrated take right there. All these analysts saying, "Hey, you scored too quick." Well, you got to score.
One in the hand is better than
2 in the bush. Yeah,
exactly.
What happens if you get a false start? What happens if you hold? Yeah, go on.
Ball interception.
Exactly.
Like and then the scene in Chicago was pretty remarkable. Just, the day after, the night after the game, and the next day on social media, you see all the posts of Green Bay fans just being furious, and people in Chicago just being over the moon, just excited. And what a game that was. And Caleb Williams is really fun to watch him. I love watching him. I don't know if I'm a huge fan yet, but he is a lot of fun to watch. So that was a great game.
Did you happen to notice that throw to DJ Moore on 4th and 8?
Yeah. And then there's the one to Loveland.
Yes.
Yeah. He just everything he does is, he misses big sometimes, which is pretty funny too.
He does, but
every time
Chicago's got their guy though, man.
I want to see a radar gun.
No doubt.
Just launching missiles.
No doubt. Spoiler, he's my player of the week at 125.
All right, I'll forget I heard that.
Okay. I'll reintroduce Caleb Williams to you in the next hour. And then, of course, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Speaking of scoring with too much time, came back, won 27-24, picked off Trevor Lawrence at the end. It was incredible. Matter of fact, I think tomorrow that'll be our Twitter question. What was the most impressive or eyebrow raising or whatever game from Wild Card Weekend? The only one that really didn't have a lot of drama was the game last night in Foxborough. 16-3, New England finish off the Chargers season, who managed only 207 total yards against New England's defense. So a little bit more football talk tomorrow. So if you want reaction from Wild Card Weekend, we'll have it for you tomorrow a little bit more. But today, mostly reacting to the state schools in playing in conference on the hardwood. So apologies, although we will talk a little bit about Caleb Williams, as he's my Prochaska Howland Prochaska Law Player of the Week. Spoiler for the 125 segment. All right, the Twitter question today is brought to you by Ribbit Computers. And if you got a broken phone or a cracked screen or dead battery that doesn't charge, whatever the problem is, head into Rivet Computers. They got you covered. They've been Wichita's go-to for fast, affordable phone repairs for over 20 years, and most fixes are done same day. Walk-ins are always welcome. So don't wait days or spend a fortune either. Hop into Rivet Computers and get your phone back up and running today. Now, this question could possibly be a tournament on Twitter, but there's a reason why it's not, and it probably won't be. I'll tell you here in a second. The question is, who's your favorite weekend update host from Saturday Night Live? Chevy Chase, Kevin Nealon, Seth Meyers, Norm Macdonald. John on Twitter in the mentions, and understandably so, asked why it wasn't a tournament or if it could be. To be quite frank, I would have to create 16 total hosts and duos from Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update. That is to say, Tina Fey and Amy Poehler teamed up. So did Seth Meyers and Amy Poehler. So did Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin from back in the day. And to be even more transparent, someone like Colin Quinn wouldn't hardly get any votes at all. Now, that's manipulating the system a little bit, but you're right. But it's also my system. So I don't think we're going to do that. I probably could have done it today, tomorrow, and Wednesday and have a 12 team tournament, and then would have 3 finalists instead of 4. And I may still do that. I haven't quite decided yet, although I'm kind of talking myself into it now the more I think about it. But probably won't be a 16 person or a 16 person / duo tournament. But we could probably come up with 12 good ones if you like Saturday Night Live at all. But the first 4, let's just, for the sake of argument, say this is the first 4. All right. Who's your favorite weekend update from Saturday Night Live? So far, the late, great Norm Macdonald is carrying the day. 63.6% for old Norm. 18.2% voted for Seth Meyers. And it's a tie for third between Kevin Nealon and the very first anchor weekend update, Chevy Chase, who had an interesting CNN documentary on him come out. Dylan, have you seen that? I'm Chevy Chase and you're not, by any chance?
No, but I get the gist of it. I mean, it was pretty apparent that he was never the most loved guy. But I like Chevy Chase from the Vacation movies, so I'm not going to watch that and just hear a bunch of other people talk about
crap
it.
on him.
Yeah, I'm going to take what I know and just live with it.
All right, understood. For those that are interested, it is you can find it on a streaming platform near you, I'm sure, right now. But without giving it away, Chevy Chase does not have, or did not have, any kind of control over the message, the cutting room floor, the anything. He was just in it, along with a lot of other people that have opinions on working with Chevy Chase over the years. So I'll just leave it at that. He didn't have creative control. So it's not slanted one way or another. It just is what it is. And I think that's how documentaries or pieces like that ought to be. But that's just my opinion. All right. So far, Norm Macdonald is carrying the day. We might carry it over into tomorrow and the next day as well. I could come up with 8 others probably that would make it a decent little mini tournament with only 12. All right. When we return, K-State. Are we at DEFCON 4 in Manhattan? The Wildcats are 0-3 in the league. And is Jerome Tang's seat hot at all? We'll talk about that as their most recent game in the desert came up 3 points short. Arizona State 87, K-State 84 on the heels of giving up 101 to the number 1 team in the country, Arizona. K-State drops another one. We'll hear from Jerome Tang, who had a curious post-game presser too. That's coming your way next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
It's a big one as the Jayhawks host Iowa State. Tip-off is at 8. Crimson and Blue show starts at 6:30 on your home for Kansas Athletics. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Follow the Shockers on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
I feel like it's kind of been 5 minutes and 12 seconds to the finish.
Burden on our whole season. We've got a lot of 1 or 2 possession losses, so we can't keep having these same things. You can't say, well, we're right there. Well, we've been right there a few different times.
Your home for the best Wichita State basketball coverage all season long is right here on ESPN Wichita.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Red Monday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. KKGQ, Newton.
Remember when K-State was 5-0 and lost a game that it absolutely should have won against Nebraska, 86-85 in KC? Well, that seems like a long time ago. That's partially because it was. And Nebraska has gone on to great things in the Big Ten. Meanwhile, K-State has started 0-3 in the Big 12. Now, 67% of that, not surprisingly, because they started off at home against number 10 BYU and then went to top-ranked Arizona. But the Arizona State game over the weekend, that was probably one you need to get. If you view yourself as at least top half team in the league, you probably need to get that Arizona State game. But they didn't, losing 87-84. And I'm even going to leave the Arizona game out of this because I don't know if they're otherworldly, but they're way up there. But when it comes to comparing K-State to KU defensively, the Wildcats aren't all that interested in guarding most of the time either. That includes that 86 points they gave up against Nebraska. And they gave up 85 in a non-con against Louisiana Monroe, one of the worst athletic departments in Division I, winning that one right before the BYU game as a tune-up, 94-85. But they have now, in 2 of their last 3, again, I'll leave the Arizona game out of there, they're giving up 83.5 points in 2 of their last 3 games and 100+ in that Arizona game. So, and then I'll also back up and be quite frank here that I thought and said as much, the K-State would have a top 3 offense in the Big 12. And I guess there's still time, and maybe they will. But unless they start investing a little bit more on the defensive end, that's going to put a hell of a lot of pressure on that K-State offense to try to just win games. Now, they were down 9 and got it within 3 with 5 seconds left. They actually got it within 1 with 5 seconds left, but Mo Odom from ASU hit a couple of free throws, and then a desperation 3 by PJ Haggerty fell short, causing K-State to fall to 0-3 in the Big 12. Haggerty did have 25 points, his 11th game of 20 or more. Abdi Bashir finally had a really, really good game. He had 22 points with 6 made threes. Jerome Tang explains why in the post-game presser that we'll hear part of here in just a second. But this is a Wildcats team that got 70 shots up from the floor. They made 13 threes and was 71% from the free throw line, but they allowed a mind-boggling number against ASU, not only from the floor, but from 2-point range. I would challenge you to come up with a team that allowed more 2-pointers at a higher rate than that Arizona State K-State game. The Sun Devils were 3 of 22 from 3. If you take those away, Arizona State shot 27 of 44 from the field. So that is 27 of 44 from 2-point range. That's 61.4% from the field, if you take out the 3 for 22 from deep. Overall, 47%, 46.9%. But from 2, good Lord, 63% from 2. And then you throw in 24 made free throws, and you come up with 51 second half points by Arizona State. Now, K-State did their best to keep up. They, again, had a shot at the end to try to tie it. It wasn't a great shot, but it was a shot nonetheless. And they lose 87-84 with UCF on Wednesday in Manhattan on the horizon. So there's a chance to get your 1. And a vastly improved Oklahoma State team coming up next Saturday night. If you haven't been keeping track of OSU, they're not terrible. They can score a little bit. They are 13-3 overall. Now they're 1-2 in the Big 12. Oklahoma State is, but they're not even close to last year's or the year before's Oklahoma State. So K-State's got its work cut out for it coming up here in the short term. But, forgive me if I sound like a broken record. It's the Big 12, and there are no soft touches in the league this year. But when you start 0-3, you're starting to dig yourself a hole. And you're not only looking square down the barrel of the NIT, but you're also, and I don't want to tell you how to feel or feel like I have a tremendous finger on the pulse of K-State fans, but it wouldn't surprise me a bit if the majority of them are a little bit peeved at Jerome Tang, who by all accounts is a nice guy. And we've talked to him multiple times at Big 12 Media Day. And from what I'll speak for Pat, he's not here, but I'll speak for him. Very engaging and very nice guy, gentleman. But he is 9-7 and 0-3 in the Big 12 this year. And if not for one Herculean effort by one particular guy that took him to the Elite Eight, then the kind of tune that K-State fans would be singing about Jerome Tang would be incredibly consistently bad. So how will they get up off the mat, bounce back, and try to become a winner in the Big 12 and get away from the stench of Utah, Cincinnati, and Baylor, taking care of UCF would be a good start. Although the Knights are 2-1 in the league and 13-2 overall. And lest we forget, they beat Kansas a couple of weeks ago to start Big 12 play. There are 4 unbeatens in the Big 12. No surprise. Arizona, Iowa State, Houston, and BYU are all 3-1. And Baylor, K-State, Cincinnati, and Utah are still winless. They're all 0-3. Post-game, Jerome Tang had an interesting explanation to all of this. And all of this, I mean the game against Arizona State. If you can't hear the questions perfectly, he addresses in this order the fouling issue. They fouled a bunch on the Arizona trip between U of A and ASU. He was asked about that. He was also asked about rebounding better and what that's going to take and what that'll look like. And also the want to factor, which is never a good topic to bring up or have to talk about. Likewise, the chemistry of the team. That was brought into question. And his response to the want to and the chemistry questions were at the very least very curious. And I'm not trying to start any you-know-what, but when want to and chemistry are being discussed after 3 games in the conference, there might be a little smoke there. Let's take a listen. Jerome Tang in Tempe after the game against Arizona State over the weekend.
Some of it was what you had to do in the final minute, but over 50 fouls on this trip.
Okay, it'll be about 6 or so minutes here.
Perfect.
Bad coaching, so we're gonna do better.
What can you do to make it harder for teams to beat you on the glass?
We're gonna go figure that out, right? Like, I thought we were in better position, and they just wanted the ball more. Big fella got a couple where we had guys like right underneath him, and so we've got to be more physical without fouling, and there's that fine line right there, and so we got to get better.
How frustrating can that be for the other team that maybe wanted more on times?
Really frustrating, that's you want your guys to be competing at the highest level on every possession, and when we don't, we don't have a large enough margin for error to do that. Like, our margin for error is very small, and we need all of our guys playing well. We can't have 2 guys play well one night and get goose eggs from other guys, and I got to figure out how we keep Kamari out of foul trouble too, because he only played 14 minutes. He's 4 for 7 from the field in 14 minutes. If he played 28, now we have a double-figure score in the post. That's just, that's what you got to have. I thought Doreen did a really good job. Taj did a good job. Elias did exactly what I wanted him to do, as far as offensively, but we have to collectively do a better job when that ball is in the air. It's a 2-second fight when the ball's in the air, and we got to win that fight. And right now we're not winning it.
What can be done to grow from a trip like this?
Go back and work. But it didn't matter if you won 2, you still got to go back and work, but it's no fun. It's not. And I don't expect it to be fun. I expect those guys to be happy. We are, I think us and Baylor are the only 2 teams that have played 2 top 10 teams in the conference in our first 3 games. And then the 1 game that was not against a ranked team was on the opposing team's home court, right? So we're not going to be the only 0-3 team in the conference right now, but it's what you do from here on out that matters in the next game. And so that's just, it's just the nature. These dudes listen to this song and it says that they were made for this and they prayed for this, right? Me too, right? Since I prayed, I wanted to be head coach in the Big 12 and face these kind of things and with these guys, and figure this thing out. And so I'm fired up to get to work and get better.
3-point defense was good on this trip. but maybe that led to some other things. I guess just your thoughts on that.
No, once again, our margin for error, right? Like you say, okay, hey, let's clog the paint, right? And then, maybe Arizona makes more threes, and this team makes more threes, right? And I would say, okay, let's horn it on and play one-on-one in the post and not double, and then they pound you in the post, they don't get threes, So I mean, we have to get a balance of being able to do both. But one of the things that we have to do better is not let the ball get there. And that's our forwards working harder to front in the post so they can't roll it in there. And we are not doing a very good job of that. And that's been identified. We just have to get back home so we can work on it.
You mentioned the 2 top 10 teams. And I know you're not looking at the big picture, but just to be 0-3 and moving forward, tough stretches in the Big 12. Does this one maybe sting to, have a real chance at the end?
Yeah. Anytime you're in a close game, you want to figure it out, and learn how to win. And, being, down 9 with 4 minutes to go, I thought the guys did a really good job there executing, and they gifted us by missing some free throws, and the score pressure started kicking in, on them at the free throw line. And so, we this one, you had an opportunity and you let it get away. And the great thing about this league is there's going to be a lot of opportunities coming up, and so we get to just every night it's either a quad 1 or a quad 2 game, right? And so you got a lot of opportunities in front of you to build and grow, and so excited about that.
Why was this a good game for Abdi from the outside?
He's more aggressive. He's just way more aggressive than he had been. We've been on him, but I mean, at Arizona I subbed him out 3 times, and every time he came out the game, I was like, shoot the ball, right? Shoot the ball. That's what he does. That's his superpower for us. We need him to shoot the ball. People run people at him, and they put more people on him, and that spacing that he creates allows other guys to get some things, downhill. But if he's not shooting the ball, it's hurting us. So, I think his mindset was that he's going to be more aggressive, and his teammates found him. So that was good. You had 5 days here. Do you feel like off the court your team maybe got some camaraderie gained this trip? Well, this team has great camaraderie. That's not an issue. The chemistry off the court is not an issue. It's the chemistry on the court. They don't always play like they really like each other, but you see them off the court and you'd be like, man, those dudes love each other, right? And so we need to bring that on the floor. And one of the reasons not that they don't like each other, or that they feel like they can make the play rather than us making the play. We got to get them switched to us, because when we play for us and we get assisted shots, we're really good.
With Kamara, you mentioned keeping him out of foul trouble. With just him committing fouls so fast in games, would it be an option maybe to let him go off the bench for?
We got to help him grow as a player. We need him to start. I don't think that makes a difference. His fouls are, I think he gets a little frustrated at times, and when he thinks he's being hit too and not getting called, and so we got to figure that out. But no, not starting him, that's not something we've thought about.
Anything else?
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well, that just about covered it, huh? Chemistry on and off the court. Interesting reaction to that question by Jerome Tang. It'll be an interesting reaction by K-State at large. What do they do from here as they come home to take on UCF to try to get one in the win column after falling to 0-3, a weekend loss against Arizona State? 87-84 was the final there. There's your Jerome Tang audio. Dueling audio between he and Bill Self from KU, both coming off losses, both interesting reactions to said losses. All right, we're shifting the gears just a little bit. When we come back, it's our Howland Prochaska Law Player of the Week. We shift the focus to Wild Card Weekend, and it was aptly named. 4 of those things were absolutely bonkers, and my PHP Law Player of the Week is a much maligned quarterback out of USC, but the Cardiac Bears are moving on. They get to host another game. We'll tell you who they play next and why Caleb Williams is my PHP Law Player of the Week. That's coming up next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Aria that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Aria and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Aria.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday, turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brian Haney here. When I'm looking for the latest on Kansas athletics, I go to Kansas Nation. Interviews, news conferences, daily and weekly shows, and podcasts. It's all on kansasnation.com. Featuring Tyshawn Taylor, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris Jr., KU's official podcast, The Jayhawker with Nate Bukaty, and catch me with Jayhawk greats on Haney and the Hawks. Kansas Nation, built for Jayhawk fans.
.123, little NFL talk now. Shane Dennis Show, Dylan Brett alongside. It's time for the PHP Law Player of the Week. For more than 38 years, Prochaska Howland Prochaska Law and their experienced team has helped fight for your rights, regardless of legal status. Call them now or whenever you need them. 316-683-9080 at 683-9080, or find them online at phpattorneys.com. My PHP Law Player of the Week, Caleb Williams, Bears quarterback, went for 361 yards, 2 touchdowns. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't always a thing of beauty, but then again, Caleb Williams often isn't. He threw 2 interceptions and only completed 50% of his passes, but 361 yards passing. His team was down 18 points at halftime, 15 points after 3, and it was 27-16, I believe. And by the way, Brandon McManus, forgettable game for the Packers, but story for another day. But after falling behind 27-16, Bears faced a 4th and 8 right around the midfield stripe. And if you haven't seen this, I don't know exactly what you'd have to do to call it up on Twitter or Google, I guess, maybe more particularly. but he made a throw moving to his left and dropped it right in the hands of DJ Moore on a pass that, frankly, if he doesn't make, they don't win the game. The game's over, their season's over if he doesn't make that throw. Now, I know there's a lot of other plays in the game and you can't just cherry pick one of them, but please watch that and tell me you're not at least a little bit impressed with, number one, NFL quarterbacks, period, but that throw in particular. But 31-27 was the final. The Bears move on. He throws a 25-yard touchdown pass to Moore with 1:43 remaining, and the Bears rally from 18 down. They scored 25 points in the fourth quarter alone, and they get their first playoff win in 15 years. They vanquished the hated Packers. He outduels, Williams did, Jordan Love, who played pretty well in defeat. He threw 4 touchdown passes himself. But on that drive where the 4th and 8 occurred, Bears went 76 yards. Williams threw a touchdown pass to Olamide Zaccheaus and hit Colston Loveland, who had a great game too, for the 2-point conversion to make it 27-24. Then McManus, after missing an extra point, missed a field goal, one of 2 field goals that he missed. And then that set up Williams' 25-yard touchdown pass to DJ Moore. They get now a home playoff game, another one, the Bears do, against the LA Rams. We'll talk about that here in just a little bit. But it was let's see here. Let me get this right. Before the win Saturday night, NFL teams were 3-158 all time in the postseason when they trailed by 15 or more points entering the fourth quarter. And the Bears have now won an NFL record 7 games this season in which they have trailed with 2 minutes left to go. Speaking of, the Rams, behind MVP favorite Matthew Stafford, got a touchdown pass from him to Colby Parkinson with 38 seconds left to go in that game in Charlotte to clinch a 34-31 win by the Rams over the Panthers. That was one of 2 games this weekend, along with the Bills and Jags, to feature 4 lead changes in the fourth quarter, tied for the most in a playoff game in NFL history. Then you had the 49ers and Eagles game. Despite losing George Kittle to a torn Achilles, the 49ers knocked off the defending champions 23-19, and along the way got a touchdown pass by Jawan Jennings, of all people, to Christian McCaffrey. And some may not know that Jawan Jennings, coming out of high school, was a 4-star dual threat quarterback, and he showed it against the Eagles in their game yesterday. But my PHP Law Player of the Week, Caleb Williams, 361 yards, 2 touchdowns, a gigantic 4th down conversion, and then an eventual touchdown to DJ Moore. Told you that the Bears will get another home playoff game. It'll be against the Rams. The Rams, a small favorite to open, and the NFC side is set. The AFC bracket for next weekend is not just yet. It'll be the Seahawks and 49ers in Seattle by virtue of that 49ers win over the Eagles. The Seahawks are the number 1 overall seed and play the lowest remaining seed, which is the 49ers. Had the Eagles won, it would have been the Rams, who's the 5 seed. But with the 6 seed 49ers winning over the Eagles, they go to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. That sends the Rams to play the Bears. If the Packers would have won, by the way, the Rams would be able to host that game against the Packers. But as it stands, the Rams will play now their 2nd consecutive game on the road in presumably cold weather, although it wasn't particularly in Charlotte, but we'll see how the Chicago weather treats the Rams coming up this weekend. On the AFC side, you had the Patriots last night in the Chargers season. 16-3 was the final there. And the Broncos will take on the Bills because the Bills, as a 6th seed, were the lowest seed to win a game. Chargers were 7, the Bills were 6. Bills win the game, so they automatically go to Denver. And the Steelers and Texans winner will go to Foxborough to play New England. Dylan, would you like ironclad proof of why Pittsburgh is going to win the game?
I would love some.
On Monday Night Football, the Steelers haven't lost at home since 1992. They're 23-0 on Monday nights since 92, and the Texans have never won a road playoff game. So there's some numbers for you. 0-6 versus 23-0.
Hey, I mean, that's all you need to see, right?
I guess. Houston.
Until the game starts.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, Houston is a 3-point favorite. So if you want a decent bit of odds, I suppose, and you want to go money line with the Steelers here, I'm not telling you what to do, but I bet you'd get pretty good value there with Houston being a 3-point favorite and the terrible towels and the Steelers not losing on Monday Night Football since 1992 and the Texans having never won a road playoff game. It's mostly tongue-in-cheek, but there, I suppose, is some facts in there that you can't totally avoid. If you're into the weather and you're wondering about Houston playing outside, it's going to be 34 degrees in Pittsburgh tonight at 7:15 Central Time. Houston -3, and the total's not up here, but anyway, just a little food for thought there for you on the final game of Wild Card Weekend. Again, next weekend it'll be the Broncos hosting the Bills, and the Patriots hosting the winner of tonight's Steelers-Texans game. Bears hosting the Rams, and the Seahawks hosting the 49ers. All right, there you have that. When we come back, it'll be I'm old, Dylan's young. But before we get there, get a little bit of a reminder of the schedule this week here on ESPN Wichita after hours. All right, tomorrow at 6 o'clock, we got the Kansas Nation pregame ahead of that monster battle between Iowa State, still unbeaten, one of only, I think, 4 or 5 teams in the NCAA left unbeaten. They'll take on KU. Tip shortly after 8 o'clock. You can hear it with Brian Haney and the gang right here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, your home of Jayhawks here in Wichita. And then on Wednesday, overtime coming your way at 6 o'clock. And then the Knicks and the Warriors Thursday night at 8:30. So a little NBA action for you coming up on Thursday. And then Friday, got KU Baylor coverage starting at 5:30 on our YouTube channel. It'll be our high school game of the week between Heights and Northwest. So check that out if you're a Falcons or Grizzlies fan here in the city. Heights and Northwest on our YouTube channel. And then coming up on Saturday, again, I will be out at Gillies Park City, and I'll be doing a show out there from 2 to 3, getting you ready for the divisional round in the NFL. So we invite you to come out and see us. We'll be on the 3rd level again, doing a special show out there from 2 to 4, pre-gaming you for the divisional series, or the divisional round rather, in the NFL. So come by and see us at Gillies and Park City up on the 3rd floor. They've got arcade up there. They've got, and now I know it's probably a little bit too early to bring the kids there then from 2 to 3, but keep that in mind. If you live in Valley Center or Keachai or Park City, and you haven't been up there yet, and you're wondering, should I go in there because it's a casino? It's really not a casino. It's an entertainment center, for really lack of a better term. You can take the kids up there. They got video games. They got pinball. They got axe throwing. They got the claw machines. They got golf simulator, bowling, fun for the whole family. A lot of times you hear that, but it's not necessarily true. Gillies Park City absolutely is. There is something for everybody there. There's gaming on the first floor. There's simulcast horse racing on the second floor. And there's a bar and us on the third floor on Saturday afternoon, getting you ready for the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Look forward to seeing you there then coming up on Saturday. So that's what we have coming up over the next handful of days here on the channel and out and about in the surrounding areas. I'm old, Dylan's young. Coming up next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell & Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Every winning team needs a strong defense, and so do you. Don't let the flu sideline you this season. Get your quick, easy flu shot at DAM Pharmacies. No appointment needed. With 6 convenient locations in and around Wichita, it's never been easier to stay in the game. DAM Pharmacies, protecting fans all season long. Visit them today at dampharmacy.com.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener, here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart, high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
When it comes to money, what matters most to you? It's not an easy question because your answer can change at a moment's notice. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of helping people ask themselves that question and providing financial solutions that are tailored to your ever-changing wants and needs. From setting short-term goals to planning for your future, if it matters to you, it matters to us. And together, we'll find the answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Red Monday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, this is Brian Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Blake Davis with another great deal on 90-plus wines, 750 ml, just $9.99. And Seagram 7, 1.75 liters, only $19.99. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store independently owned and operated. Neighborhood locations with superstore pricing.
Give me your attention, baby. I gotta tell you a little something about yourself. You're wonderful, flawless, ooh, you a sexy lady. But you walk around here like you wanna be.
I'm old, Dylan is young. Chance is here. The Schultz is coming up in 23 minutes from right now. How are we feeling about that?
I'm just brimming with excitement.
Pretty fired up. Pretty fired up.
Every time I hear the phrase "the Schultz," it makes me laugh.
I don't know how he came up with that. I think I can't.
That was you. It wasn't me.
Okay, I won't take all the credit for it.
No, I think you should. Because when you said it, I was like Dylan. I'm like, that's pretty clever. It's good. Chulsing it up here in a while.
It's just like whenever I say they won on accident, you get a kick out of whenever I say that. They accidentally pulled a rabbit out of the hat.
Accidentally won. Yep. If this is who I think it is, Jack gave me this dude either Thursday or Friday.
That's the tough part about filling in. I don't know what
It is.
Jack's been using.
Yeah. Although, if you're ever in doubt, you just play a deep cut like this, or this is a deep cut to me, because I don't think I've heard this. Have you heard this song, Chance?
Yeah, it was really popular back in my heyday
Yeah.
when I was XM boy, Sirius XM boy.
Okay. All right, here goes. Is this Mars?
Winner.
Okay.
Of course. Little Bruno.
He gave me, right. Jack gave me the real Bruno Mars because can you corroborate this, Dylan? He released a single like last week. He's got new music out.
I cannot corroborate.
Okay.
But I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I feel like he hasn't released music in a long time. So maybe he's trying to get back in.
Okay, so I'm totally leaning on Jack being right. But when it comes to Bruno Mars, he says he's a fan. So he says if he's released some new music, then I'll take his word for it.
That kind of shocks me that Jack is a Bruno Mars fan.
Every once in a while, man,
Yeah.
about every 2 weeks, he'll say something. You're like, I never knew that.
Yeah.
He's quite the enigma, that Jack.
He really
sure is.
Because he is the judgment. He's the judge of all masculinity. And then he'll pull, I kind of like Bruno Mars out of his hat.
Likes Mariah Carey's
Does,
Christmas songs.
Big fan of American Idol.
Yes.
A big fan.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a big fan of all reality TV.
He's also married. Did you know that, Dylan? He got married.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Oh,
of
okay.
that.
But the one thing that got us off the rails when I was filling in for you when you had the education day was when Pat and I got him started on Survivor, because he has previously in a past life applied to be on Survivor.
Yeah.
And he went
My
through
older
his
brother's done that too.
his whole
That's
strategy
awesome.
and everything. I mean, he's got rabbit holes if you just get him
does.
started.
He does.
He's kind of like one of those those toys that you just wind up a little bit, but he doesn't take that much winding. You wind him up and he'll give you 10 minutes of just gold.
But you got to dig it out of him. That's the
Yeah.
pride. He's not just going to bring it up unprompted. You got to somehow find an angle and get in there. And then his response is, wait, what? Born day. That would be January 12th. That's today. No. Yes. January 12th. Turning 46 today, Dylan. Dontrell Willis.
Pitcher, baseball.
Very good.
Hit a little bit too.
Yes, that's right. He could. Rookie of the year, 2003. Cade McNown, 49.
Cade McNown.
Yeah.
Basketball.
You kidding me? I stumped you already on Cade McNown? Chance?
Sounds like a football player.
That is a former quarterback. Yeah. Went to UCLA.
In relation to Josh McCown?
Played for the Bears. No, McNown, not in McCown.
Didn't know if it was a distant cousin.
No, unrelated.
So distant, they had different names.
Exactly. Good catch.
Didn't know if they came over on the Mayflower and they just kind of got their paperwork screwed up.
Cannot confirm nor deny that. Don't know. What of the big four, Dylan, are you secretly good at? You know a bunch of one particular set of players. Which sport?
Well, I think I'm better with football and baseball, and then there's a pretty serious drop off after that.
Okay.
Basketball would be third.
Okay.
And then hockey would be last.
Okay, just checking.
But sometimes those hockey names, it's all context clues.
You like golf? Or do you enjoy
Yeah.
watching golf?
Not as much as I like playing it.
Gotcha.
But big tournaments, I got them on.
Yeah.
I watched a little golf over the weekend.
The live or
No, it was guys trying to qualify to get their PGA Tour card. It was the last stage of Q school.
Huh.
So they gave 5 guys their PGA Tour card.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about that TGL thing? The golf league.
I thought it was really cool for a while, and now I don't seek it out.
Yeah.
It's on like
It's
right
good
now.
fodder for it's getting started. I think it's right after the NFL ends. That's kind of ESPN's Monday night thing.
Yeah. Did you see Brooks Koepka's reapplying for the PGA?
Yeah, I did. It's pretty good.
Oh, Brooksy. Ulf Dahlin.
Ulf.
59. Yes, he is a native of Sweden, and he's
hockey.
a guy. Very good. Yes. Team
Yeah,
Sweden.
Those are those context clues.
New York Rangers, San Jose Sharks, others. Dominique Wilkins, 66.
Basketball.
Excellent.
You know how most people say like Kobe when they shoot something?
Mm-hmm. You say Neek?
My buddy will run towards like a trash can and slam something in the trash can and just yell, Dominique Wilkins.
Chance, what do you know about Dominique Wilkins? What can you tell me?
Wasn't he a really good, not before Dylan said that, a really good dunker.
Yes.
Dunk contest extraordinaire.
An in-game dunker, too.
Really?
Yes.
Atlanta Hawk, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Although he did play toward the end with the Spurs, which is kind of weird to watch. But
that's kind of where old guys go to end their career.
Play with the Spurs?
Didn't Tracy McGrady go there at the end of his career? There was somebody on the end of the bench.
I was going to say, Dylan's going to have to help me on that one. I don't know if McGrady did it.
They get their fair share of veteran players looking for one more contract.
They got Rodman there for a minute.
Tracy McGrady did not
Paul
play
did
with
it.
the Spurs.
Chris Paul. Good pull.
Yeah. That was one of the funniest things from this season was Chris Paul. He basically
getting kicked off the team.
Well, he also had like his Bo Callahan moment where he threw a Halloween party for all of his teammates and like 2 guys showed up. And he was like, this is not for me anymore.
Wasn't it Jeff Van Gundy was like, no, this isn't how we do things.
Maybe. I don't know.
Am I getting the same guy?
I don't know.
Right?
Maybe.
He got sent home in the middle of a road trip. This guy who I'm talking about. Wasn't that Chris Paul?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you're thinking about Ty Lue, the coach.
No. No, it was Van Gundy. It was one of the Van Gundys,
okay.
which was his assistant. It was like, you're making this executive decision here, and that's not your team. So
yeah.
take a hike.
You want in such a beloved player too.
Well, and Van Gundy, I was like, are you going that good where you can be kicking Hall of Famers off the team? But maybe. You guys need to Google, and maybe it comes up on your timeline anyway. You both know, I hope, that Larry Bird was a legendary trash talker.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Him trash talking Dominique Wilkins as a rookie, when Wilkins was a rookie, that's worth, if you got 45 minutes or so, Google or YouTube that. Wilkins stories about Larry Bird are pretty awesome. Drew Pearson is 65 today.
I think that's football, right?
Very good. He has quite a bit of historic significance besides being a Hall of Fame wide receiver. Do either one of you two know what it is? Drew Pearson, former Cowboy great?
No.
Okay. Well,
I recall the name because I watched a Roger Staubach thing and he was in it. So
okay, you're on to something then.
Yeah.
Because against the Minnesota Vikings in the postseason, Roger Staubach threw what was called the Hail Mary for the first time.
Oh, wow.
Hail Mary.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
And I don't know who said that, but way to go. Whoever came up with the Hail Mary part.
Quite the phrase.
Yes.
It's caught on so well.
Everybody knows what it is.
Yeah.
Besides the prayer.
I saw something that said like 60% of all I think they're called idioms or maybe something else are related to baseball. Like, those phrases like throwing a Hail Mary. I'm throwing a Hail Mary. Yeah. I'm in the ballpark of this.
Hit this one out of the park.
Yeah, exactly. There are so many.
60%.
60%. Well, I think somebody brought it up as a joke and it was like, well, I think it's in the ballpark of 60%. Like as a zinger.
Clever.
Yeah. I love it. Wow. Yeah. Exactly.
I'll look for it.
Bill Madlock, 75.
That's football too, isn't it?
No.
Baseball.
There you go. This is a 4-time batting title holder, Bill Madlock. Pirates, most famously, played with the Cubs for a minute. Born on this day, died last year. Randy Jones would have been 76.
Football?
Former pitcher. Won the Cy Young.
That's a
And,
tough one. Randy Jones is a tough one.
yeah, Randy Jones. There probably quite a few Randy Joneses in professional sports. Won the Cy Young in 1976 with the Padres. There's no way that you don't get this one. All right?
All right.
Guaranteed. Born on this day, now dead. Tom Dempsey.
Let me think. I'm going to look to my right.
There you go.
Football.
Yes, former kicker.
Former holder of the longest kick.
That's
in
right,
NFL
for a
history
long
quite some
time. Yes, 63 yards against the Lions.
The Jack Dempsey card.
Died in 2020.
If you look to my right,
Put some respect on Tom Dempsey's name, calling him Jack Dempsey.
Okay, so I found the tweet. It said
All right.
50% of idioms in the English language come from baseball, 45% come from poker, the remainder are from aviation. And somebody said, maybe not 50%, but it's in the ballpark.
That's good. All right, non-Big Four, born on this day, now dead. Joe Frazier.
boxing.
There you go. Nickname?
Jolton Joe Frazier, something like that.
Close.
Jump?
Smoking.
Yeah. Smoking.
Smoking Joe Frazier. Yep. Jolton was Joe DiMaggio.
Yeah, you're right. It was.
Jolton Joe DiMaggio. Give you partial credit for the suffix
I got
that
the
you got
last
right.
syllable right.
Yeah, exactly. Here's kind of a tough one. Born on this day, now dead. Tim Horton. I'll accept multiple answers here.
I mean, famous for a coffee chain. That
Yes.
was popular in Canada.
Very good. Yes. Can you tell me the sport?
Was he also a hockey player? by chance?
Absolutely was. Very good. That made up for
Jolton.
no, that made up for Bill Madlock. Guessing he was a
Okay.
football player.
I'll take whatever.
So you're even. Yeah. Way to go.
Are you a coffee guy, Dylan?
Oh yeah.
He's a cold coffee guy.
Oh, you're a cold brew
Coffee.
guy. Wow.
Cold brew.
Mm.
That mean you're not?
I just can't. I just drinking like cold coffee, you know, when it's been sitting in your mug too long, and just this taste. you
Yeah,
get.
but that's different.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I've
different.
never had
This
cold
is
brew.
brewed cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Right.
know. I've never had it before, so I can't make a direct opinion. But
Some hot ass day, try some cold brew.
yeah,
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Yeah. I would agree. It is.
I was actually looking at the forecast for this weekend. Sunday, the real feel is going to be negative.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're bringing me down.
All good things have to come to an end.
No
Yeah.
kidding. I guess it is January after all.
I really thought we were going to get a cold front moving in when it started to snow a little bit Friday
Yeah.
night.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to move in and it'd be here for good, but yeah, who knows? Can't tell anything.
If
Can't
it's
tell
going to
anymore.
snow, then let us have it.
Yeah.
You know, let's get it going.
Was it, were you in Hawaii last year when it really came down?
I was getting ready to go to Hawaii
Yeah,
last
that's
year
what it
when it
was.
really came, like 11 inches at one time.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, Pat, I'm not coming in.
We were this close to not taking off
Yeah.
the next morning, which I feared. By the way, there's nothing worse than having to get up really early in the morning when there's a foot of snow on the ground.
Yeah. Because then you got to get up earlier to shovel and clear out a
The-
driveway.
Scrape your
Yeah.
your window if you don't have a garage. Yep.
Ugh. I used to make my brother do that when I drive him to school.
How'd you get him to do that?
Well, because I drove him to school and I said, if you
Oh.
want to ride, you're going to scrape my
Nice.
windshield.
Nice.
So worst part about going to college.
That's the worst part about going to college. I need to remember you said scraping your windows is the worst part about going to college. Dying on this day 8 years ago, Dylan, Keith Jackson.
Football.
I'll take it. Sportscaster.
Yeah.
Not the tight end, but the sportscaster. Yeah.
Granddaddy of them all.
Yeah, that guy. Other phrase coined. Did he come up with that? I wonder.
Yeah, he was the one.
Granddaddy of them all.
Yeah. I said that when I was at
Who thought that
Susanna's
that was-
parents and they laughed at me. They were like, that's what it's called?
They'd never heard
I was
that.
like, oh my gosh.
Oh, man. Who's Susanna?
Some girl I'm seeing.
Some chick. see if we can get one under the wire. Also dying on this day. Oh, Bobby Phils. You remember this guy, Dylan?
It's not ringing a bell.
And he died in 2000. I think it was of a motorcycle wreck. He was a basketball player. We'll give it.
That's too bad.
Yeah. All right. There you go. There's your Monday. There's your Shane Dennis show. Thanks, everybody, for listening. We'll get you ready for KU Iowa State tomorrow, among other things, plus a couple of guests, one in each hour. For Dylan, I'm Shane. Thank you for listening. Stick around. Chance and the Pulse is next.
All right, thanks, Shane.
Bye.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app, your source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Are you tired of replacing your roof every 5 years? AR Roofing has permanent solutions for you. AR offers both stone-coated steel and indestructible rubberized roofing options, reducing your insurance premiums and promising this is the last roof you'll ever need installed. Contact them for a no-pressure consultation and learn how AR Roofing can help you protect your home from hail, wind, and storm damage today. Affordable financing options available. Contact them at 316-242-0214 or on their website at arroofing.com.
Nachos! Yeah, you nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is Savy. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
You say something, Dylan? As the Jayhawks host Iowa State. Tip-off is at 8. Crimson and Blue show starts at 6:30. On your home for Kansas Athletics. ESPN Wichita, 92.3
I got it. It's a live read. You'll, you know how to do live reads, right?
News and information on your
Okay,
Kansas
yeah, I got it.
Jayhawks. There's not a better place to go than the all-new KansasNation.com. Interviews, news conferences, feature articles, daily and weekly shows, podcasts. It's all at KansasNation.com. Daily and weekly shows with an all-star lineup including Sean Kellerman, Daniel Courtwright, Ryan Haney, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris, Greg Gurley, Mick Schaefer, Nate Bucati, Pat Strathman, and many more. KansasNation.com. Wichita 92.3 Sports Leader. KKGQ Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ News
is Sports Center. I'm Christine Lisi. NFL Wildcard Weekend caps off tonight with the Texans visiting the Steelers on Monday Night Football. Major challenge for Pittsburgh, facing a Houston team that's won 9 straight, led by the best defense in the league. To get their first playoff win in 9 years, the Steelers need a balanced attack on offense, advises ESPN NFL analyst Tim Hasselbeck.
They need to be able to run the football. But when we're talking about the Steelers passing the ball, I think it's critical for them to move Aaron Rodgers around, meaning you can't have him be a stationary target just in the pocket right behind the center. So I think play action, move the pocket stuff so that you don't always know where to find them.
Texans Steelers 8 Eastern, ABC, ESPN, ESPN2. Pittsburgh receiver DK Metcalf returns tonight from a 2-game suspension. Packers expected to try to work out a deal in the coming days to keep Coach Matt LaFleur, reports ESPN's Adam Schefter. 5-time major champion Brooks Koepka returning to the PGA Tour as part of a new returning member program, which also would allow 3 of LIV's other top golfers to come back if they want.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday. Which playoff teams will be left in my top 5 power rankings? Find out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15. Had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of...
What's up, Wichita? Welcome into January 12th, 2026 edition of The Chulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. I'm Chance Lebo, filling in for Pat Strathman today. Pat's on the road right now, on the road with the women's basketball team for Wichita State. So I have the honor on the tee box today of filling in for him, not only today, but I'll be here for Wednesday as well. So you'll get a double dip for me today. But Pat will be back in the saddle tomorrow. He'll be doing his regularly scheduled Tuesday episode of The Pulse. He'll be doing it from 2 to 4, just like you can always hear The Pulse here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Pat won't be the only one missing today. Jack Johnson on the road, so we got Dylan Brett producing and contributing today. He's sitting in today for Jack. Appreciate him for helping us out today. If you would like to listen to the show, you can always turn your smart speaker to KKGQ. Just tell Alexa, hey, play KKGQ, and she will turn on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. It's really simple and really easy. You can also, in your car, go to 92.3 FM. You can tune it yourself. Set us as your preset number 1 favorite so that when you turn your car on, you can hear myself, Shane, Pat, Rich Eisen now. Hey, now, we got Rich Eisen, as well as some other Stephen St. John, Soren Petro, Curtis Seabolt. I mean, the full lineup is pretty spectacular when it comes to talent. I'm just happy to be here. But you can tune us in whenever you're in your car, 92.3 FM. You can also tune in on ESPNWichita.com. Just head over to the Listen Live tab. You can listen at work, in your home office, if you are a remote worker / hybrid worker. You can listen, I don't know, wherever you please on your laptop. Or you can do it on the ESPN Wichita app on your phone. Take us on the go with you if you're on the treadmill. I know a lot of people doing their early year New Year's resolutions. Hey, if that's you, you can make a great habit out of getting 2 hours in the gym by just listening to a podcasted episode of The Shane Dennis Show or listening to The Pulse Live on your lunch break. And that can be how you do it, just on the ESPN Wichita app. Just plug us in, download the app. It's free to do so. It makes it really easy to listen wherever you are. If you're out of the market, if you are on the phone, if you need your AirPods in, if you're traveling, just download the ESPN Wichita app. It makes it really easy and simple. You can also shoot us texts from there. And the text line number is 316-247-0923. That's the text line. You can text us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 247-0923. You can text myself, Shane, Pat. We all get your texts. We read them. We do our best to read all of them. If you got any thoughts on anything that's happening in the sports world, you can always shoot us a text. People shot us a text this weekend talking about how well Kenyon Giles played, that KU has a lot of problems. So if that's you, if you have thoughts and you want them to be heard, you can always text us, 316-247-0923. You can also follow us on social media at ESPN Wichita, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can watch us on YouTube at ESPN Wichita on YouTube. We've got our shows going live on there, on Twitter, on Facebook. So it's a really easy way to watch the show if that's your cup of tea. I'm someone who I enjoy watching my podcasts and I enjoy watching my media. So I always prefer to have the YouTube version, which is why I made it a big deal to go out and make sure that we're streaming on YouTube, which allows you to watch us on the YouTube page. So we appreciate you for doing that. And if you're here on the YouTube page, don't forget to like and subscribe. The YouTube page is going to be great because this last Friday, we had our high school game of the week on the YouTube page. this coming Friday, we're also going to have our high school game of the week on the YouTube page. So if you find yourself interested in high school athletics, well, you can tune in on the YouTube page. We encourage you to do just that. So be sure to check us out on YouTube at ESPN Wichita. You can follow myself on Twitter at Chance Lebo. Lebo spelled Liebau. Here's the show for today. We're going to cover all angles here in a little bit, presented by Conradi Insurance. That's going to be the Shockers as they right the ship as they head into a 2-game road trip in the Sunshine State with a big win over North Texas. We'll talk about that. We'll hear from Paul Mills here in a little bit. Then at 2:25, KU and K-State. They can't channel their road woes. K-State falls to 0-2 in the state of Arizona. Kansas with a bad loss, any way you write it, against West Virginia. That we'll talk about at 2:25. We'll talk about the long-term outlook for those two teams as they both have at least some inkling of postseason hopes, and they are starting to fall away as K-State and KU both really struggle down the stretch. Then at 2:45, we'll get to our Beasts of the Week. 3 o'clock, we will get to the NFL wildcard weekend. There was some absolute bangers this weekend. Ton of great games. I mean, you can name about any game in the NFL wildcard round, save for one, and they were at least somewhat entertaining. Had one or two plays that stick out as elite plays. Didn't deliver as much in the Sunday night game, but an excellent week of postseason NFL football to get things started. We'll talk about that in the other NFL headlines. Then at 3:25, we talked with Dean Jaderston, the head coach of the Friends women's basketball team. We will hear from him at 3:25 as the Friends Falcons are off to a 15-1 start. They've won 11 games in a row. We'll talk about their upcoming week with a couple of big games coming up this week. And then at 3:45, it'll be a Mount Rushmore Monday brought to you by Red Axe Shredding. So that's all coming up here on the show today. Anything you want to talk about, anything I didn't bring up and you want us to hit, shoot us a text, 316-247-0923. All right, it's time to cover all angles, brought to you by Conradi Insurance. When life throws the unexpected your way, Conradi Insurance is there, covering all angles, from home and auto to business and beyond. We've got you protected. Visit ConradiInsurance.com today. Wichita State was at about as low a low as they've been in a while. A lot of narratives were hitting the timeline. A lot of narratives were hitting our social feed as a lot of people were upset with how Wichita State had been playing after a loss against Rice. Wichita State looking like a team that, honestly, at this point in the season, really didn't have an identity. And I didn't think it was going to get much better yesterday, to be fully transparent with you. Wichita State, coming into yesterday, was really struggling. They had lost two in a row, one of them in double overtime to Charlotte. They had also lost to Rice. This is a team that had lost 4 of its last 5 as an outright favorite. And Wichita State saw a lead against Rice really never come to fruition as they head into Sunday against a North Texas team that Wichita State has never beaten as an American Conference opponent. And then yesterday at 2 o'clock, Wichita State handled North Texas. It was a win that Wichita State really handled from the get-go. They never had any kind of issue with the North Texas team that is one of the most elite of the elite defenses and leaves a lot to be desired offensively. A team that has had Wichita State's number in the past, and a Wichita State team that, if with a loss, would drop Paul Mills to 2-17 in the month of January as the Wichita State head coach. It would drop them to 1-3 in conference play. Instead, they pick up a big win. They go to 10-7, 2-2 in conference play before a 2-game road trip at Florida Atlantic and at South Florida. North Texas took a 7-6 lead with 16.5 minutes remaining in the first half before an 8-2 Wichita State run would put them ahead for good. Wichita State would never trail after a 7-6 deficit with 16.5 minutes in the first half. The Shockers had a 12-9 lead with 13.5 minutes remaining, and North Texas never got to within a single score for the rest of the game. The Shockers really had North Texas at arm's length, and it was the defense, in my opinion, that was really key in this basketball game. Wichita State has seen its struggles defensively, even against Rice when they only gave up 66 points. Rice is not a very good offensive team. They gave up a ton of good looks to Rice in their game, and Rice didn't take advantage of them. It was a close game. They gave up 104 in double OT to Charlotte. They give up 70 to a UAB team that is more so prided on their defense. And Wichita State now sits at 10-7. They got a lot from their guards in this game. The bigs really didn't do a whole lot. Dre Kendall would hit a last-second layup in the end of the first half to give the Shockers a 10-point lead at the end of the first 20 minutes. And a lot of Wichita State fans, I'm sure, had maybe some thoughts in the back of their mind like, oh, man, we've seen this story before. Wichita State would open the second half on a 13-7 run. They made it 51-34 with 13:50 to play in the second half after Kenyon Giles hit his first three-point attempt of the entire ball game. North Texas would start to chip away. They would make it a close ball game, a 63-57 game after a 23-12 run, but Wichita State would pull away. Michael Gray Jr., Kenyon Giles would hit some big shots down the stretch. Michael Gray Jr. hitting some clutch free throws, and Giles doing what he did all game long, hitting tough shot after tough shot. He finishes with 33 points, 13 of 17 from the field, 4 of 4 from behind the arc, and he played in all 40 minutes. And Dylan Battie was also a key player in this stretch. He made his first career start, went 3 of 10 from the field, scored 10 points, 9 rebounds, a pair of steals. He really provided them a lot defensively because Wichita State offensively, it was just a Kenyon Giles show. And I'm not sure if Wichita State is in the winning column if they don't get a Herculean effort from Kenyon Giles. I think there are some concerns to take away from this. Michael Gray Jr. shot it really poorly in this ball game. Michael Gray Jr. has not had the best start to conference play. I like what Mike Gray has been able to do, and he's had his ups and downs. He's not a true one. I think that Wichita State as a whole really lacks a true one. But this for Michael Gray in 4 games in conference play, you're looking at a guy now that has shot 33% from the field, 35% from 3, and has not shot it particularly well. Now, he had a career or a season high 25 points in their in their loss against Rice on Wednesday, but that was because of a 12 of 14 effort at the free throw line. He has not shot the ball well from the field. They also didn't get very many good looks for Karan Boyd. Emmanuel Okorafor, I mean, I like it, E-Man. I think he's probably their best big on the roster. I don't dislike Will Berg. I just think that Emmanuel Okorafor provides them more defensive versatility. I think he's a little bit quicker off his feet and could defend the switchability that they needed to have against North Texas yesterday from a matchup perspective. But I thought that he had a really tough game yesterday. Turned it over 3 times. Did not really look all that comfortable on the offensive end. Will Berg, I mean, if it's not for Will Berg, I'm not sure that Wichita State wins this game. Will Berg came off the bench, had 3 blocks off the bench, hit 3 of 5 free throws, 5 rebounds. I mean, it really is a hit or miss with the big men for Wichita State, and I think they've got 2 really solid ones at a conference that really doesn't have anybody, like they saw from Dane Danger last year from Memphis. There's really not a true number 1 big, or I guess Yaxel Lendenborg at UAB. There's not really a dominant big in the American this year, which I think allows Emmanuel Okorafor and Will Berg to really do what they do best, and that is to play solid basketball on the inside. Neither of those 2 guys is going to confuse you with an elite player, but I think if you look at where the conference is at, there's not a fantastic big man in the entire league. It's really just a bunch of Jags, just a guy, and I think that's kind of what Wichita State is doing with Will Berg and Emmanuel Okorafor. They're taking that away. But you also had a tough performance from Dre Kendall, who, in my opinion, also has struggled in conference play. I was really happy with what we had seen from Dre Kendall in those in the non-conference slate. I thought that he was a guy that you might need to start. He shot the ball 50% from the field, but the turnovers are easy to are not hard to miss. And he's also not had the assist numbers that he had in non-conference play. I think that guys are really just playing him to shoot, making him shoot, and that's allowing him not to have those, setting up plays that you saw last year when Wichita State had guys like Bijan Cortez. Wichita State doesn't really have a great passing. This is a team that a lot of their offense is ISO ball. Wichita State 330th in the entire country when it comes to assists per game. And when it comes to assist rate, Wichita State is all the way down at the bottom of the country when it comes to assist rate. They are 350th in assist rate out of 365 teams. They don't create a whole lot, and this is a team that doesn't shoot very well from 2. They didn't shoot very well from 2 yesterday. They were 10 of 21 on layups. And from the paint, they just were not very good. And it's been an issue for them this season. You can read Taylor Eldridge's most recent article when it comes to that, because Wichita State's been a team that last year with Quincy Ballard, you had a lot of easy looks on the inside on those lobs to him. They just don't have that this year. They don't have guys like Xavier Bell, who was really good at finishing around the rim. I think that Wichita State, they found their number in the mid-range game where they were really successful in their last time out. But Wichita State's going to have to be much better down the stretch when it comes to converting on 2-point looks, because they're still 278th in the country in 2-point offense. So that's something to keep an eye on, and that's kind of what I find myself concerned with when it comes to Wichita State here down the stretch, as they have big games coming up. Ken Palm gives them a 39% chance to win at FAU, who just won on yesterday against Memphis, and then at USF, who Ken Palm believes is the best team in the conference. They have a 31% chance to win at USF. So some big games coming up on the road. I think if the Shockers can split the road trip in Florida, I think they feel really good coming back for a homestand that is going to be capped off with a game against Memphis, which all Shocker fans know that rivalry with Memphis. They are going to want to win that one in a bad way, as they get Memphis coming up 2 Sundays from now in a massive showdown. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than that in the American for Wichita State. But Paul Mills took the podium yesterday. He didn't have very many, super Mills quotes where he'll go off and give you a little quib or a little one-liner that he usually likes to work in every once in a while. But he was very very mellow when it comes to their win yesterday. Didn't have much to say in terms of their defensive game plan. He said they did very well in their screening, but I'll let you hear from the man himself. Here's Paul Mills yesterday at the podium for Wichita State.
Yeah, not the most aesthetically pleasing basketball game. Thought, obviously them being a top 40 defensive team and being able to shoot 51% from the field, it was just our inefficiency in the turnovers. So disappointed about that, but you're not going to win games in conference on skill. You're going to win it on intangibles, and I thought we had intangibles. I thought we had fight, and I thought from the jump that was the case. And I just thought the guys really, really responded from the last time that we played at home on Wednesday night.
Hey, Chance, we listened to all this.
Physicality
Yes.
was better this time around.
Cool.
Do you agree with that assessment? How important was that in deciding today's game?
To go back and watch the tape, I just thought we gave up some early offensive rebounds that you just can't give up, and so I would have to go back. I thought Will did good. We didn't shrink the floor like we needed to in order to help him, but he didn't let people play through him, and there were some times, again, Arnett's a tough cover. And I thought he handled that well and defended without fouling there.
Coach, Dylan Battie obviously with a great game tonight on the boards. Just kind of take me through, what you were seeing from him and why he was so successful tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he's young, and so you just kind of go through it. I thought that, he's assertive. And there was a moment there where we get a switch on KG. 8, their center is defending him. He's got 23 defending him, and just kind of goes in and takes a shot, and it was assertive, ends up getting his own offensive rebound, leads to some free throw opportunities, and that's him. I thought his reads the first 4 minutes of the game, I just thought his eyes were too big, and he's trying to figure out what's going on and didn't really understand some things. And so it was good to watch him settle in, do a good job. All those players think they can play 30 minutes and then he cramps. And so it's just one of those things. You're really proud of DB because, I've mentioned this before. I thought he made an impact at the UAB game, but every player, when they come in, they want to play. And you need to understand that sometimes that's not going to be the case, but your job is to respond the right way. And he's responded the right way. Obviously, we were, no Jarrett Valencia, no TJ Williams, and he did a good job filling in today.
Coach, I asked Kenny, what stood out to him about Dylan today. He said that his aggressiveness.
Yeah.
Moments that stood out to
Yeah, I agree. He's assertive. He was aggressive, and it's one of those situations where that's who he is. Like, he doesn't settle for a corner three. And same thing happened at UAB in the second half in front of our bench. And he's got to know, like, I need to stay assertive. There's other things he can do. I just still think he's such a puppy that he just got so much to learn and so far to go. But again, after the first 4 or 5 minutes, I thought he settled down and was able to make plays.
Exactly the time on that?
I'm pretty confident he'll be back Thursday, but we'll see.
Also noticed that this team only attempting 4 threes today.
today? Was that by design or just kind of a flow game?
No, I mean, that was them. That's what they wanted to take away, and I think that's why we shot 51%. Like you're able to get. The first one was obviously that we were able to make. Will throw it in, goes weak side 45 to Mike, and he's able to cash it in. And we weren't shying away from going into the post, but we needed to keep the floor spread and handle pressure. Just didn't do that late. But we're really just proud of, you're up, 15, 17, and they get it back down to 8. And just you could watch our guys know how to handle that situation on account of, what happened at Charlotte a week ago.
What do you think of KG? Is just the work he did in the mid-range? The first half looked like he was, like you said, it's a really good defense, and to carve them up like that, just how impressive is that just from the tape that you've seen? And I don't think anybody has really gone for 20-plus against them. So to go for 33, just kind of put that into context for fans, how impressive that was today.
Yeah, I would tell you that, they wanted to see one-on-one play. They were hugged up in other areas, and so that's what they kind of try to get you to do is play ISO ball. And the numbers analytics will tell you that's never a good way to play. It really depends on your player. And so we kind of did a good job of spreading the court. I think I looked slowly at the analytics report. I think we retrieved north of 40% of our boards. But what happens when a player is able to go to his middle game is you're going to get shots that fall off around the rim, and your board percentage is usually going to go up. Unlike if guys turn around and settle for threes, those long shots equal long rebounds. So you have to have players who have a middle game simply because off of a switch, it's a huge advantage. And then at the same time, from an board rate, gives you an advantage. So it's one of those things that we kind of encourage. I'm not a 3-and-rim guy, even though if you go look, our 3-and-rim numbers are pretty good, just how they stack up in the country. But KG's the one who can allow us to get boards. But today he was making them.
And does it just feel like, with a weapon like that, you guys can, obviously if you play well, you can play with anybody in the conference, but just like the weapon that he is, from what you've seen so far, is he just one of the better ones in the conference, you feel like?
Yeah, he's a good player. Again, I think the thing that happens is you have ebbs and flows during the course of the year. There's going to be 5 teams this year who don't have ebbs and flows, and they're just really good. And what you have to make sure you don't do as a player is overreact. And you need to understand that life doesn't always go your way. Every game doesn't go your way. Be mindful of the people that are trying to bury you. Be mindful of the people that are out there causing distractions, and you stay focused on your work. KG does that.
Did he face this kind of defensive attention and pressure at Greensboro, and has he made some adjustments here? Is it similar? Or?
I couldn't tell you that. I didn't. That's not a deep dive for me. I watched him play, and he's good with the ball. He's good without it. There's some opportunities of being able to, make sure that when he has the ball, being able to create space. Thought we did a little bit of that. I thought their pressure was just so extensive. Our spacing wasn't great. We just bobbled too many balls, but he can handle pressure. I thought he did a good job coming off some pin downs, which led to Will getting some buckets, and it also allowed him to get to the paint. But at the end of the day, we were trying to get to the paint. Thought maybe we could spray it out a little bit more than we did, but it really just created shots for KG, and it allowed some of the offensive rebounds that we were able to get.
What's something that maybe doesn't show up in the box score that you were happy with or proud of? Anything that comes to mind there that you thought that you guys did a good job?
I thought our pick and roll coverage was really good. I thought we did a solid job. We rate, did we get it right? Did we get it wrong? And we were in the 70s. So if you can get pick and roll coverage right in the 70s, it's usually, say, if you're 60-40, it's going to be a game. And when you're north of 70, you're usually in a pretty good position.
That's probably a pretty big improvement over the last 2 games then.
About a minute and a half left.
Coverage.
Okay, thanks.
Really, it's not a huge metric. It's kind of did you get the right coverage from a game plan perspective? So they can execute it. Sometimes it's just it's you know what, that was a wrong decision to go under a guy, and he turns around and makes it.
Says you led for 36 minutes today. Did you feel like you guys are in control for most of this one?
Yeah, I don't think a coach ever feels like he's in control until that thing goes off. You know, I mean, I've seen plenty of games where you can be up 20 and it doesn't go your way. And so, again, that's a game of basketball. That's going to happen. And so you're just really mindful of it. I think it was San Diego State last week. They were down by 24 to Boise State. And then Boise State turns around and that doesn't come out. We've been on that side of it, right? In back-to-back games, we're down 16, win. We're up 17 and lose in double overtime. So I think that stuff happens. I don't think every play is kind of its own living organism. And I just think you're kind of living play to play to play. So we can be up 11, but we're turning it over down there on that end, with 45 seconds to go, and you're pretty upset.
That's Portal Paul himself, Paul Mills, at the podium yesterday after the Shockers win 78 to 67 against North Texas. You got thoughts? Let us know on the text line 316-247-0923. When we return, Wichita State is the only state school that played this weekend. They are the only one that picked up a win. We'll talk KU. We'll talk K-State when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This is The Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Since 1997, the Wichita Sports Commission has worked to promote, acquire, and support a diversity of youth, amateur, and professional sports programs and events, enhancing the Wichita area economy and quality of life. Their next event is in January. The top high school basketball talent will be in Wichita as Sunrise Christian Academy hosts the 4th annual Air Capital Hoop Fest, January 23rd through the 25th at Fugate Gymnasium on the Newman University campus. Nationally ranked teams in action: Sunrise Christian Academy, a local favorite; Montverde out of Florida, Veritas Academy from California, and Dream City from Arizona. This event is made possible by the Wichita Sports Commission, Sunrise Christian Academy, and Visit Wichita. Get more information at wichitasports.com.
Great news, Derby. Ribbit Computer Services has expanded to 2100 North Rock Road, bringing expert phone repairs and top-tier tech support to your neighborhood. Cracked screen, battery issues, watery damage, we fix it all. Fast, affordable, and reliable. Our newest location is ready to handle iPhones, Androids, and more. Don't let phone troubles slow you down. Stop by Ribbit in Derby today and see why we're the go-to tech experts for all your repair needs.
So many men and ladies are caring for aging parents while trying to manage careers, kids, and daily life. Kansas PACE understands that strain and provides real support from medical coordination and therapies to transportation, home help, and a social day center. Your loved one receives high-quality care while you keep your life moving. Kansas PACE isn't just a program, it's a partner that brings peace of mind and relief to families. Explore services and see if your parent qualifies at kansaspace.org.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
It's the most spirited time of the year, and Auburn Wine and Spirits invites you to celebrate at their Art on the Rocks Holiday Open House. Stroll through the store as local artists showcase their stunning work, all while you sip and sample craft beer, wine, and spirits from some of your favorite brands. Get inspired for your holiday shopping, find a new favorite drink, and enjoy a festive night out in your community. Art on the Rocks at Auburn Wine and Spirits, Thursday, October 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m., 320 North Rock Road. Shop local, sip local, celebrate local at Auburn Wine and Spirits, 320 North Rock Road.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, streaming live on the ESPN Wichita app. Appreciate you for spending your Monday afternoon with us here for a full week of sports talk. Once again, we are back in the regular groove. It feels like that last week was a bit of an adjustment getting back into the swing of things, but this week it feels like things are continuing to get back to normal, and feels like we are settling in here a little bit here in the new year. Appreciate you for spending some time with us here on a Monday. It is not a victory Monday for two of the three state schools. KU and K-State both lose bad losses. I don't think you can slice them either way, any other way. K-State loses. They were a short underdog heading into Tempe. KU was the favorite heading into Morgantown. And not only were they a favorite, they were I don't want to call them a substantial favorite. I think the line was 5.5, 6. But KU is now a team that I know that nobody cares about gambling. Nobody cares about the against the spread stuff. But KU is now, if I go back in my notes here, 9-17 against the spread on the road since 2023. 9-17. And you can say what you want. Nobody cares about gambling. I can agree with that. But when you take into account the expectation versus reality, that's what I take into account when I hear a number like that. 9-17 is a program that has won just 6 road games in Big 12 conference play since the beginning of last season. And they looked like they were in control of the game in Morgantown on Saturday. Early tip-off, easy sleepy spot. Usually in those games, when you're on the road as a favorite, it's a noon Eastern time tip-off. Those are games where you can get caught napping early and you can just find yourself in a big hole. But instead, KU kind of came out of the gates firing. They led for pretty much the entire game early in this one. They were in control from pretty much the opening tip until the halfway point of half number 2. And things got ugly. Things got ugly fast. Kansas took a 59-51 lead with 7:54 remaining in the ballgame. 59-51 lead. At that point, they had a 92% chance to win, according to ESPN Analytics. 92%. They then surrendered a 16-0 West Virginia run, and they never got within 6 again. So not only did they go from up 8 to down 8, they never got within 6 again. KU did not play a bad 40 minutes. They played a horrible 8 minutes. Kansas did not trail very often in this game. Actually, they didn't trail really at all in the first half. It was a back-and-forth affair. Neither team led by more than 4 in the entire half before Darren Peterson hit a three-pointer at the buzzer to put the Jayhawks up 4 heading into the locker room. And then in half number 2, it was really all Jayhawks to start. They got some good reps from Melvin Council, from Darren Peterson, as they would climb the lead all the way up to 59-51. And then things just fell apart. Layup and one. Jumper, dunk, free throw, three-pointer. And all of a sudden, you're in an 8-point hole on the road. And that took just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes for Kansas to go from up 8 to down 8. And I just think that this year's version of Kansas, I think it's hard to really justify calling them a good basketball team. I think that in the Bill Self era, the one thing that the Jayhawks, before the last 2, when they were, preseason number 1 and then didn't even make the second round of the tournament. When you look back, I'm trying to find the worst season in Bill Self's tenure for Kansas. And I guess I'll go back to 2013-14 when they went 25-10. They were 14-4 in league play. That's what some people would call the worst team of his era. Even though they were incredibly talented, they still had 6 NBA players on that roster. Wiggins, Selden, Embiid, Mason, Black, and White all played in the NBA. And Perry Ellis was a multiple-time all-conference player and a conference MVP. Then you can go to, in terms of the simple rating system used by Sports Reference, you could also take a look at a team like 2019 when the Jayhawks lost in the second round. That team had 5 NBA players and the Conference Player of the Year in Dedrick Lawson, Devon Dotson, Quentin Grimes, Marcus Garrett, Abachi, and Azubuike all played in the NBA. All played. And LaGerald Vick was a superstar as well, and he was the 3rd leading scorer. Even the worst of the worst Bill Self teams have had anywhere from 4 to 6 future NBA players. The problem has been in the last 3 seasons, I have to really squint to see them. The 23-24 team, they had Hunter Dickinson, who has played in the NBA. He's actually gotten some minutes here in the NBA on a 2-way deal for the Pelicans. They also had Johnny Furphy, who was underutilized in his role, and Kevin McCullough. Those are 3 NBA guys, and none of them were first-round picks. Furphy was a second-round pick, I believe. Then last year, Hunter Dickinson, 2-way player, wasn't drafted. Zeke Mayo, DeJuan Harris, KJ Adams. Rylan Griffin might end up being drafted. AJ Storr, Flory Badunga might play in the NBA. But I think at most last year's team has 3 NBA players. You look at this year's team, and outside of Darren Peterson, and I mean, I like Flory Badunga, but from an NBA perspective, I really got to squint to see him being anything similar. I got to squint to see him being a lottery pick. Other than that, are there any NBA players on that roster? Like I said, even in the worst of the worst Bill Self seasons, Kansas had at the very least 4 NBA players on their roster. Flory Badunga isn't even projected to be a first-round pick in the 2026 NBA draft. Other than that, Bryson Tiller might get drafted maybe someday if he goes somewhere else that can develop him, but there's just been so many disappointments on this year's team. And you can start with Darren Peterson and the fact that he just hasn't been available. Bryson Tiller came out of the gates swinging a hot stick and has really, really slowed down since the competition has ramped up. Cole Rosario, I mean, John Rothstein was calling this guy like a potential All-American at some point in Kansas. Like, he's been a healthy DNP for God knows how long this season, since really the Players era. You're relying on third-year Marco Jackson to play crunch time minutes because you really don't have that deep of a roster. The problem with Kansas is the fact that this team has no NBA talent. I thought Trey White played okay. I thought that he really needed to play much better than he did. I think that he has had a lot put on his plate this season, in a season where he probably came in to be a Robin instead of a Batman. And Darren Peterson's lack of availability, to put it nicely, has put him in a tough spot, and I thought he played well. But the Jayhawk bench had twice as many fouls as they did made free throws. They had just 11 points on 3 of 10 shooting. And it wasn't like it was just a sloppy game like the Bob Huggins days when you'd play in Morgantown, when, you know, you'd be eyes in the back of your head, 20 turnovers in a game, and you're hoping that you can hang on because of your defense. No, Jayhawks had just 6 turnovers. Just 6 turnovers the entire game. And I went and looked at the KenPom numbers because I really was curious, like, what's wrong with the Jayhawks? Because there's a lot wrong. It is a team that really just doesn't have much of an identity since conference play has started. They're really relying on Darren Peterson to save them. And I've come to the simple fact that this team, a lot of teams call it ball watching defensively, when defenders in help that aren't defending the ball are just watching the ball. And I think you could call it the opposite for what KU is offensively. This team's Peterson watching. They're just Darren watching. They're watching Darren Peterson. They're saying, cook that guy. Go play ISO ball. This isn't the NBA. The Jayhawks, in their 3 conference games since the return of Darren Peterson, you know, the prodigal son, the one that was promised, 11 assists, 13 assists, 11 assists. The other games in which Kansas has been held under that total of 13 assists, the UConn game, which UConn held them to 56 points, the Princeton game, the Tennessee game, which Tennessee's an elite defense. Kansas got a lot of their work at the free throw line in that game, 30 free throw attempts. You can give credit on that. The Missouri game, they had a lot of assists, but they just don't have any passers on this team. You were kind of hoping that Darren Peterson would bring in a shot creating element. He just hasn't. And nobody wants to create off the dribble. It's one of my biggest pet peeves with where they were at last year with Self and the offense. They never created anything in terms of plays. It's mostly just a freelance, let's look for some high-low action. Let's try and dribble drive and get some ISO stuff. But in some of their biggest games this year, they haven't been able to set their teammates up. 11 assists against West Virginia on 26 made baskets. That's just not good enough. And the other games that they've been held under that has been games in which they haven't faced tough competition. They've been to the free throw line a lot. 12 free throw attempts against Princeton. They went to the line 28 times. They went to the line 21 times against UConn and had 8. But when Darren Peterson has played, 17 against Missouri, 17 against NC State, 11 against UCF, 13 against TCU, 11 against West Virginia. And that's a TCU game in which they put up 63 shots and hit 33 of them. They had just 13 assists. It's a lot of, man, I hope Darren Peterson can win this one-on-one. Man, I hope Darren Peterson can find a way to get to the basket off this pick and roll. And I just don't love this Kansas offense right now. It's looked really bad. Their defense has been great, but they haven't been able to create turnovers. They are 337th in the country in non-steal turnovers forced. They are 304th in the NCAA in steals. They have forced just 9 turnovers a game in conference play. Like, I like the Kansas defense. I think they've got some stoppers, but I don't know if they have any swipers. And I think that's going to be a problem once you get deeper into conference play when you're really going to need guys to step up. But fortunately for the Jayhawks, they're not the worst team in the state. That would fall upon the throne in which Jerome Tang sits. K-State loses in Tempe, 87-84. They've now lost all 3 to open Big 12 conference play, and I don't think that K-State fans were necessarily expecting the Wildcats to be 2-1 or 3-0 once conference play began. Once they returned home for this game against UCF on Wednesday, but I think they sure as hell expected a little bit better effort and a little bit more in syncness from the offense, if that makes sense. This is one of the most undisciplined basketball teams I've really set my eyes on. And it's gotten to the point where, you know, I have a rule when I like college basketball is one of my favorite sports to watch, one of my favorite sports to gamble on. My number one rule is never gamble on a game where you care more about the output than the players on the court. And I can tell you right now that you, me, or any other fan invested in the Kansas State result has much more riding on a K-State basketball game than the players do, or at least what it appears to be. That team looks like they are doing their best to get from the tip-off to the final buzzer as fast as possible and with as little effort exuded as possible. 27 fouls on Kansas State on Saturday. That tells me that you are not getting in a stance defensively. That tells me that you are letting guys drive past you and you're having a lot of shots at the rim that are ending up being fouls because these bigs are not good rim protectors. And that tells me that you're just lazy defensively. Rapiak, Haggerty, McGriff, Johnson, and Taj Manning all finished with 4 or more fouls. Some of those came because you had to foul to get back in the ball game. I can stomach that. PJ Haggerty, 6 turnovers. They had a 16.9% turnover rate. That's not terrible, but in a game in which you are going to have 70 to 80 possessions because Kansas State plays almost as fast as anybody else in the country, that becomes a bit of an issue. But Kansas State is a real problem right now. They are 244th in turnover rate on steals. They're just lazy with the basketball, undisciplined with the basketball. They gave up 24 second chance points and 18 offensive rebounds. Arizona State went 15 of 20 on layups. 15 of 20. Wichita State was 10 of 21 on layups yesterday for a good little benchmark if you're wondering if that's good or not. PJ Haggerty, he did what he had to do. He did 25 points. I think that that's really all he cares about at this point. A player that just wants to go out there and put up his numbers and make sure his agent puts out a little graphic that said, hey, look, PJ Haggerty had 25 points. Here's his Ball is Life mixtape. make sure he goes in the second round and get him a two-way contract. He had 6 turnovers and 3 assists, one of the least efficient players on the floor. The ball ends up in his hands at the end of every single possession, and the result is about as coin flippy as you could ask for on a weighted coin. David Castillo, 3 points, 1 of 7 from the field, 2 assists. Nate Johnson, 7 points, 2 of 6 from the field, 1 of 4 from 3, fouled out with 3 turnovers. Taj Manning had a negative 12 plus minus and played 20 minutes. Andre Kostic, Kansas State paid $2.5 million reportedly to acquire Andre Kostic from Europe. $2.5 million. For reference, that's probably enough to get you 1.5 Jace Browns in the transfer portal in football if it was invested the right way. Instead, they invested it in a Euro freshman that is in the Tang House, what has been in the past known as the Doug House, when in the past was known as the Tomlin House, and otherwise the Arthur Kaluma House. But Andre Kostic played 1 minute out of necessity because Kansas State ran out of players. He's played in just 12 games and shooting 31% from the field. Somehow, some way, Kostic put up 2 field goals in just 1 minute of action. That's pretty incredible. But I think Jerome Tang, unfortunate to all Kansas State fans and those who enjoy watching Kansas State basketball, Kansas State cannot afford to fire Jerome Tang in this modern era of college athletics where you actually have to hope to have a functioning and frugal athletic department. In this era of college athletics, Kansas State isn't paying $17 million to watch Jerome Tang go away. They're going to strip his assets. They're going to say, hey, we're not going to give you another $8 million to spend in the basketball portal, but we're not going to pay you $17 million to go away. We'll give you $2 million to spend on a roster, and good luck with that, because this has been one of the most expensive rosters in the country, or at least in the Big 12, over the last 3 seasons, and it will have 0 postseason appearances to show for it. Actually, 1 NIT berth to show for it, and that's it. And now Kansas State finds themselves at 0-3 in conference play, and unfortunate enough for them, they've actually got tougher games remaining on the schedule. Bobby Hurley in Arizona State was not the toughest game remaining they'd have. They've got a 3-game stretch coming up before Kansas. They get UCF at home, then they go down to Stillwater on Saturday, Utah at home, and then they host KU. If Kansas State wants to put themselves in any kind of position to win on that Saturday against Kansas in Bramlage, they've got to win at least 2 of 3, and I don't think they win in Stillwater. I've watched a lot of that Oklahoma State team because I think they're actually legitimately good. They gave Iowa State a run for their money on Saturday. I don't think there's a way on God's green earth that Jerome Tang is putting together a 40-minute effort of basketball quality enough to beat Steve Lutz's Oklahoma State Cowboys. So you're hoping that they can beat you at UCF and Utah. But Kansas State, Jerome Tang, I want to talk about wasted money. You're looking at Kansas State basketball as they look as bad as they have really in a while. But that's beside the point. Kansas State and Kansas both fall on Saturday, disappointing the fans again. And Kansas State 0-3, Kansas 1-2, and the Big 12 is only going to get tougher for the two of them as Kansas has a massive test coming up tomorrow night against Iowa State. Pat will preview that game for you tomorrow when he returns to the Pulse. But when we return, we've got our Beasts of the Week. I've got mine, and we'll preview the upcoming slate for ESPN Wichita. We'll talk about what's coming up this week when we return here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're tuned into The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
This Sports Center is brought to you by KDOT. As your speedometer creeps up, so does your risk of crashing. Don't try to save time speeding. Save a heartbreak by driving safely and making it there in one piece.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Head to Gillies Park City for live music and our legendary honky tonk. This month, don't miss Dirty Bourbon Band the 16th and 17th. Wednesdays belong to the ladies. No cover, just good times. Enjoy mouth-watering barbecue, 1,000 slot machines, non-stop arcade action, and trackside racing. Every Monday and Wednesday is our hottest hot seat drawings, where 100 winners take home a share of $10,000 in club cash. Catch every play of NFL and college football playoffs at Golden Circle Sports Bar. Gillies, where the stars come to play. Visit playgillies.com.
Red Monday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
It's a big one as the Jayhawks host Iowa State. Tip-off is at 8. Crimson and Blue show starts at 6:30. On your home for Kansas Athletics. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to the Pulse here on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you, filling in for Pat Strathman, but fret not. Pat will be back here tomorrow. Not here specifically, but he'll be on your airwaves, in your ears, and whatnot tomorrow from 2 to 4. And then I'll be back on Wednesday. So a little bit of give and go there. And then Pat will finish out the week for you. So that's the schedule here for the Pulse. It's time now to look at our Beasts of the Week. Mine is not an individual player because I thought it was more so of a team effort on Friday night when Indiana went into the Peach Bowl and from the opening snap had Oregon on their heels. And I think a lot of it is due to not only Kurt Cignetti, but defensive coordinator Bryant Haynes, whose defense forced 3 Oregon turnovers, 2 defensive touchdowns, and now Indiana has outscored their opponents 94-25 in the playoffs. Indiana defensively, I know a lot of talk goes to Fernando Mendoza and the offense, and it should. They have been fantastic this season offensively. But this is a defense that's giving up 11.1 points per game and a defense that has been about as good as any this season. Dylan, have you seen this discourse online with people talking about they think that Indiana's stealing signs because they've gotten multiple first drive interceptions? Have you seen this discourse online?
No, that would be news to me.
Yeah, it's salty
people
fans.
Will come up with any I highly doubt that's true, but people will come up with any reason to justify a team that they maybe bet on or, are rooting for just not playing well.
Yeah, and I think that the Michigan scandal has got everybody up in arms, but let's just be honest. Sign stealing happens all over the place. I mean, it's not one place that's doing it. It's not 2 places that are doing it. Pretty much everybody does it. But Indiana this year defensively, they're allowing 11.1 points per game. Couldn't get that out of my mouth. And defensively, this is a team that in terms of defense, they are the best in adjusted EPA per play. They are one of the best in havoc rate, which is one of my favorite stats, with a 19% havoc rate. Nobody runs the ball on them. Nobody does anything on them. This defense is fantastic, and they've got a big game coming up on Monday in the national championship game against Miami, a return home for the Miami man, Fernando Mendoza, as he returns to his home state. Dylan, do you have a beast of the week?
I'll give it to the Chicago Bears defense, locking down in the second half. I mean, hard to think that people in that stadium thought it was probably a long shot, and it was a long shot, but they really did start playing really well in the second half and kept giving their offense a chance. And I'll give it to them then.
How about the wind? How about the wind as our beast of the week? Brandon McManus, 3 missed kicks.
The wind was a beast.
Yeah.
An absolute monster.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, including our friend Cole down at the Sportsbook down there in Mulvane. I know that they are asking for Matt LaFleur's job. I'd be asking for Brandon McManus's job. That guy was not very good on Sunday against or Saturday against the Bears, and a big reason why the Packers blew a 21-6 lead, or a 21-3 lead. They blew a 31-20 something lead. I mean, they blew multiple leads in that game, and they lose. We'll talk about the NFL when we come back in hour number 2. But taking a look now at the schedule coming up this week. Tonight, you'll be blessed by Bill Self, as he's got Hawk Talk from 6 o'clock to 7. That'll be coming up tonight from Johnny's Tavern. Then tomorrow, it'll be the Kansas Nation pregame show from 6 to 6:30. Then it'll be KU pregame from 6:30 to 8 before KU and Iowa State tip off for Super Tuesday, 8 o'clock between Kansas and the unbeaten, undefeated Iowa State Cyclones. Then on Wednesday, overtime. Thursday, you'll have an NBA special. Warriors, Knicks, 8:30. Friday, Jayhawks with a Friday night game against Baylor. That one tips off at 7 o'clock. And then Saturday, Alabama, Oklahoma at noon highlights the Saturday slate. And then Monday next week, the national championship game, Miami, Indiana, 6:30 p.m. next Monday. So that's the schedule we've got. Be sure to tune in tonight. Hawk Talk with Bill Self. But coming up next, we've got an NFL wildcard weekend to recap. Dylan and I will do just that when we return on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. Locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, get a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Follow the Shockers on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
I feel like it's kind of been like a burden on our whole season. We've had a lot of 1 or 2 possession losses, so we can't keep having these same things. You can't say, well, we're right there. Well, we've been right there a few different times.
Your home for the best Wichita State basketball coverage all season long is right here on ESPN Wichita. Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The NFL Spotlight tonight on Pittsburgh, where the Steelers and Texans will wrap up NFL Wildcard Weekend on Monday Night Football. 8 Eastern, ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2. Houston's riding a 9-game winning streak, is seeking the first road playoff win in its 24-year franchise history. Pittsburgh's looking for its first postseason victory since the 2016 season. From ESPN's Adam Schefter, Packers expected to try to work out a deal in the coming days to keep Coach Matt LaFleur. Green Bay will likely need to make him one of the NFL's highest-paid coaches to keep him. Unsportsmanlike co-host Chris Canty.
It's hard to justify that for a head coach that hasn't gotten to a Super Bowl when he's had the highest paid quarterback essentially the entirety of his tenure with your franchise. It's hard to do that when your team has gone 3 straight postseasons without winning a game.
Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford, dealing with a sprained index finger on his throwing hand, will be good to go for Sunday's NFC divisional round playoff game against the Bears, according to his coach, Sean McVay.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday. Which playoff teams will be left in my top 5 power rankings? Find out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is H to the O.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. You heard Hove. It's time for me to reintroduce myself. I'm Chance Lebo, filling in for Pat today. Dylan Brett filling in for Jack Johnson. They'll both be back tomorrow, so fret not. If you are a loyal listener to either of those two, they'll be back tomorrow for The Pulse. Here is what we talked about in hour number 1. We talked Wichita State. We heard from Paul Mills as the Shockers right the ship. They take down North Texas 78-67 before a 2-game Florida road trip. Then at 2:25, we broke down the other state schools, K-State and KU both falling in ugly fashion on the road. What does that mean for them going forward? What's some of the biggest issues but what are some of the biggest issues for those teams? Then at 2:45, we gave our Beasts of the Week. Here in hour number 2, here's what you can expect. We'll talk Wild Card Weekend. It delivered in a big way. If you just sat down on your couch starting at, 2:30 on Saturday and didn't move until last night when Justin Herbert got sacked and lost the football for what felt like the 4th time, you would have had yourself a hell of a weekend because the NFL wild card was spectacular as it did so well. And I got thoughts on some of the games. We'll get you the updated Super Bowl numbers, who has the best odds of taking the Lombardi Trophy, what makes this year's NFL playoffs so special. We'll talk about all that coming up here in a second. At 3:25, we'll hear from Dean Jaderston, head basketball coach for the Friends women's basketball team. We hear from him as the Friends Falcons are continuing to soar as they are now 15-1. They've won 11 in a row. We'll hear about their most recent feat as they took down Oklahoma Wesleyan on Saturday in a fairly dramatic game without one of their top players. We'll hear from Coach Jaderston at 3:25. Then at 3:45, it's Mount Rushmore Monday, brought to you by Red Axe Shredding, and we'll get to that to wrap up hour number 2. We welcome your texts, 316-247-0923. Dylan, you'll be happy to know that in the 2:25 segment, we had a texter that was very pleased with the bump music. So you've got a one thumbs up today on the text line for your bump music selection. So kudos to you there.
We'll take it.
A lot of love for old Dylan Brad on the text line today. All right, let's talk NFL playoffs. It was a thrilling 2 days of NFL football. We still got a game tonight. We'll talk about that here in a second. But Saturday delivered in ways that I don't think very many of us expected. The Rams entered Saturday as a massive 10.5-point favorite, the largest spread in the first round of an NFL wildcard game since it expanded to 6 teams. And the Panthers, to quote NFL Twitter, they had the Rams shook for a little bit. Bryce Young was doing Bryce Young things, good or bad. It was your classic Bryce Young game where he had his ebbs and flows, peaks and valleys. I cannot quit Bryce Young the same way I can't quit other NFL quarterbacks. Same way I couldn't quit Drake May last year, even though people told me to. I had that stock. I said that Drake May was the best quarterback in the 24 NFL draft, and I'm still holding it. But Bryce Young had one of his best showings as a young quarterback on Saturday against the Rams. The Rams built up a pretty substantial lead. They led 17-3. They led 17-7 at one point. And at one point, the Rams were almost on the precipice of going up 20-7. And I understand what the analytics nerds will tell you about, you never want to turn a 2-score game into a 2-score game. But when you have the Carolina Panthers on one side, who are a team that should not be there, I think you take points when you can get them if you're the Rams. Leading 17-7, they went 3 and out, and then Trevor Etienne muffed a punt at the Carolina 41. Rams would take over. They drive all the way down inside the Carolina red zone, and Stafford would throw an incompletion on 4th and 3. I think the game's over if the Rams kick the field goal and go up 20-7 at the end of the half. But instead, Carolina gets a touchdown, and the game starts to stretch into the other side. Carolina finds themselves in a more peculiar position where they're down only 3 heading into the half. And they would tie the game in the third quarter after a Rams 3 and out. The Rams, after going up 17-7, really struggled. They went 3 and out, turnover on downs, 3 and out, 3 and out. And then the Panthers tied the game at 17-17. Rams kick a field goal. Panthers would turn it over on downs near midfield, and that would allow the Rams to have really good field position. And then Matt Stafford threw an interception on 3rd and 13, allowing the Panthers to go down and score another touchdown and take their first lead of the game, 24-20. And from that point on, it was seesaw, back and forth. Rams scored a touchdown. Stafford leads them down. Then a 3 and out from the Panthers. Then the Rams, they're forced to punt, and the Panthers block the kick. They score a touchdown to take the lead 31-27 with 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining. And as you heard, if you listened to some of the Rams in the postgame, they said too much time. Too much time left for Matt Stafford, as it was. Stafford walks him down the field, and I think a lot of credit goes for a pretty good return all the way out to the LA 36 by Ronnie Rivers. And it led a Stafford masterclass all the way down the field, and then was encompassed by a disaster class from Bryce Young. 4 straight incompletions. Panthers never stood a chance as they fall 34-31 at home. A really thrilling game to get the wild card weekend started, and it was only trumped by Saturday night in the Bears-Packers game. The Packers led 21-3 at halftime. Jordan Love threw 3 touchdowns, and Matt LaFleur went into the locker room probably feeling pretty good about himself. Bears hit a field goal to start the third quarter, and that would be the first domino to fall for the Bears. Actually, the first domino was actually Brandon McManus pretty much having his head up his rear end for most of the game. I mean, he had an awful game. Packers took a 21-3 lead. It could have been 24-3 if Brandon McManus hit a 55-yard field goal, but he missed it wide left at the end of the first half. That kept it at 21-3. Packers had a chance. Hey, they get the ball coming out of the locker room. Can you imagine if the Packers hit a field goal to make it 24-3 and then got the ball and went down and got a field goal, made it 27-3? I mean, the game's pretty much over at that point. But instead, they go 3 and out to open the third quarter. Bears chip away. They get a field goal. Then after a Packers 3 and out, the Bears drive all the way inside the Green Bay 10. It's 4th and 1 from the Packers 6-yard line, and Caleb Williams gets picked off. And you're thinking, all right, that'll do it. Down 21-6. You had your opportunity in the red zone inside the Packers 10-yard line. Game over. Instead, the Packers offense continued to look inept. The Bears got a field goal after a awful punt and a great return by Devin Duvernay, a 37-yard return, put the Bears in a position to kick a field goal from 51 yards out. And there's been times where the Bears, I don't know if they would, they are a team that often struggles kicking in the postseason, if you catch my drift. But they were able to kick a 51-yarder. Packers then went 3 and out again. Bears make it a 5-point game. They go 66 yards in 7 plays. Caleb Williams leads them to a 21-16 game. Then the Packers score again, a touchdown. Jordan Love to Matthew Golden for 23 yards. And you're thinking the game's over again. Wrong. The Bears will get another touchdown. That made it 27-24. Then the Packers would milk some of the clock. And this is when it gets really, really confusing for me. The Bears used their first timeout at 3:16. The Packers get a 12-yard pass to put them inside the Bears' 21-yard line and then get shoved out of bounds, stopping the clock. Then the Packers, 0-yard run. Bears take their second timeout. The Packers, with a 2nd and 10, threw 2 straight incompletions, milking a grand total of 11 seconds off the clock. And Brandon McManus, they could have taken it a 2-minute warning if they wanted to. Instead, they throw 2 incompletions. Bears do not waste a single timeout. And all of a sudden, Brandon McManus heads to the field again, and he gets another miss. Another miss from McManus from 44 yards out wide right, and the Bears get it back with a chance at the end. Caleb Williams to Loveland for 12. DeAndre Swift runs for 6. A 23-yarder to Swift, and then a 25-yard touchdown to DJ Moore to take the lead, 31-27. But the game was not over then. The Packers would drive all the way down inside Bears territory. They would get to the Bears 23, and then Jordan Love just mismanages the snap, never has a chance, almost picked off in the end zone, and the game ends, and the Bears all of a sudden are victorious over the Packers again in a massive game on Saturday. The Packers in the second half against the Bears had a 33% success rate, had a 12.5% success rate, and negative EPA, negative 0.5 EPA per play when running the football in the second half, as they lose 31-27, and it leads to a lot of speculation on Matt LaFleur's job. Dylan, I'll give you the floor here. I mean, Saturday in the NFL was about as good as we could have asked for it to be. Tell me what you saw, or what really stood out to you the most in Saturday in the NFL.
Well, one, the Panthers played a lot better than I thought they would. And I'm like you. I am a Bryce Young believer. And he really did show you that he is moving in the right direction for sure. That throw he made in the end zone to Coker, that little floated throw outside was awesome. And the better team ended up winning that game, but it was a great game. And then you go to Chicago later that day, like you just said. Awesome game. Did not see the comeback happening, especially after that Williams interception in the second half. But wow, they just keep coming at you. And I mean, for the people who want LaFleur gone, I get it. It's been pretty disappointing. I think you heard in the ESPN update at the top of the hour, 3 straight first-round losses, and you got one of the highest-paid quarterbacks in the league that they think really highly of, and they still can't get it done even in the first weekend of the playoffs. So I totally get that sentiment, wanting him gone, and especially with the Harbaugh news coming out and the ties, his agent's ties to Green Bay, that would make a lot of sense. So awesome weekend, and Saturday definitely got it off to the right start.
You bring up the Harbaugh news, and I actually like Matt LaFleur as a coach. They lost 5 straight to end the season, but Micah Parsons went out, and they were really good with him, really bad without him. But the John Harbaugh thing, I don't know. I heard Rex Ryan call him the best coach in the NFL. I don't know, man. I think I could name 5 coaches in the NFL I'd rather have than Harbaugh. And I don't even think he's the best of the Harbaugh brothers, if I'm being quite honest. But I think that he's one of the more overrated coaches in the NFL. I think that he really gets help by having Ozzie, their general manager. I don't see what the big allure is with John Harbaugh. He took over a Ravens franchise that had pretty much the best defense in the NFL at the time. I mean, Terrell Suggs, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed at the time. and basically got told, all right, here's the Ferrari, don't crash it, and only had one losing season until 2021 when Lamar got hurt. But I just don't find myself all that like enamored with John Harbaugh when it comes to, I'm not firing Matt LaFleur to get John Harbaugh in my building because, okay, we're really upset that Matt LaFleur keeps losing these first round games. Let's go get John Harbaugh, who is one of the perennial playoff chokers of the last decade. I don't understand the big allure when it comes to him.
Yeah, and that's totally understandable. I think the thing is, though, when you have all these first-round losses like Green Bay has had, reasonably, they just want something new.
Yeah.
They want a different look, and and that seems to make sense in their heads, and I guess in mine too. So I think it's more of I don't think we're getting the best coach in the NFL. Obviously, he's not the best coach. He got fired. But
I'd take all three of the NFC West remaining coaches before I even thought about taking John Harbaugh as a coach. And I
think they're just clamoring for change, though.
Yeah. And I think that's a dangerous thing to want in the NFL. The NFL stands for not for long. And the Packers got something good going. I like Matt LaFleur. I like that coaching tree when it comes to the Packers, or from Sean McVay's tree and that Shanahan tree. And I think that they just have run into some bad luck. Jordan Love hasn't been able to stay healthy. They've run into some tough postseason teams. I just don't think that it's that big of a deal to fire Matt LaFleur. And then yesterday's results. Yesterday was a really fun day in the NFL. I think that the final game was a tough watch. But Bills Jaguars, tied for most fourth quarter lead changes in NFL playoff history. Josh Allen, I thought he was great in the game. I thought that he did everything you needed him to do, which is basically just be Josh Allen. And I got a kick out of Tony Romo saying playoff Josh, like that's not a derogatory term. Playoff Josh has been awful over the last 4 seasons. Playoff Josh hadn't won on the road in his entire playoff career before yesterday. And, the game was a lot of fun to watch. And I think that we all got kind of what we expected from Trevor Lawrence. He finally turned back into the pumpkin, and I don't hate I don't dislike Trevor Lawrence. I think he's a top 10 talent in the NFL. I think that there are just times where he tries to do too much. And I think yesterday's game was a perfect encapsulation of that. And I think that game was Liam Cohen more than anything. Jaguars were running the hell out of the football, and Trevor Lawrence really played a poor game, and they pissed away a lead. And I think that at the end of the day, I'm not all that confident in Buffalo heading into Denver, but I think the Jaguars. And did you see the Liam Cohen press conference with the lady?
Yeah, the lady from the Associated Press down there. She wasn't wrong, I don't think. But
no, she wasn't wrong. But hot take.
Yeah.
That's stupid. If I did that,
time or place.
Yeah, if I did that with Paul Mills, people would be like, my press credential would be revoked. Wichita State fans would probably hate me. I think it's just an encapsulation of the Jaguars as a franchise. It's like going 13-4 and losing a first round playoff game is like the pinnacle of your franchise's existence, to where you've got media members clamoring for, hey, it's okay. It's okay. I thought it was very unprofessional, but that's just from my perspective as a media member, where you're taught to kind of have unbiased. But a texter brings up playoff Josh had 19 touchdowns, 1 pick in his last 5 playoff games. Josh can't play defense. I don't disagree with you, texter, but I think that Josh Allen has left a lot of icing on some cakes over the last couple of years in the playoffs, game-winning drives. But I think that Josh Allen is a really fun quarterback. I think that he's the best quarterback in the NFL. I don't think there's a quarterback in the NFL that gives you a better chance to win than Josh Allen. But there are times in the playoffs where the moment gets a little bit too big for him. And I think that, what is it going to be, Saturday or Sunday against Denver? I think that it could be a pretty big moment for him. And then the afternoon game, the Eagles and the Niners, that game, man, the Niners just find ways. I did not think they stood a chance. I thought the Eagles were going to walk them, because the Eagles seem to do that in the wild card round. But I think Kyle Shanahan deserves so much credit, and I think Nick Sirianni deserves all of his stripped away from that Super Bowl win last year. Nick Sirianni is a CEO, and when he hires bad assistant coaches, that team looks awful. And I think Jalen Hurts looked terrible yesterday. and I didn't get a chance to really watch a whole lot of it because of the Wichita State game. It was happening right when the post-game press conference was happening, so I didn't get a chance to watch the game. But if you were to tell me yesterday before what are the chances, the finale, 2 interceptions for Brock Purdy, Barkley runs 26 times for 106 yards, I would have told you Eagles by 20. Yeah. I mean, but Jalen Hurts throws 35 times for 168 yards, 4.8 yards per pass attempt. A.J. Brown, 7 targets, 3 catches, 25 yards, and a huge drop. And there's still a little meat on that bone. Like, I think that the Eagles, that team could have been a big dynasty. I think that team had the chance to be – I don't think they had a chance to be, the Chiefs where they're doing it for 7 to 8 years. But this is a team that could have been 5 years. You're talking about 4 Super Bowls and multiple wins, and their head coach is too damn ignorant to get out of his own way. And the Niners, Kyle Shanahan, we were just talking about best coach of the NFL. I don't care what you say about Kyle Shanahan. I would pick him 1-1 in the draft. I don't think very highly of Brock Purdy. I don't think he had his A game yesterday, but man, he had a way about him. Your leading receivers for the 49ers, Demarcus Robinson, cut by half the league, Christian McCaffrey, okay, Kyle Juszczyk, Jawan Jennings, and Jake Tonjes. Those are your leading receivers in a divisional win against the defending Super Bowl champions. That's the best coach in the NFL. I think that he's the best in the NFL, and I think he gives your team as good of a chance as anybody to win in the NFL. And then in the finale yesterday, the Chargers offense has scored 1 touchdown in the Greg Roman offensive coordinator era in the postseason. And the Patriots, I was not all that impressed with how Drake May played in his first game against a top 10 defense, but the defense did enough for the Patriots. They gave Justin Herbert a lot of hell. He dropped back 37 times and was pressured on 30 dropbacks. I mean, that offensive line
back that many times, I thought he got hit 50.
Yeah, that offensive line is a TSA agent. They've got TSA agents in their future. Herbert had to run 10 times for 57 yards. I mean, he was harassed yesterday. And Hampton was pretty much a no-go, had just 1 carry, and then he had to leave. I think if I was told that, I would have pretty heavily invested in the Patriots. But I think this second round, and I really like the Steelers tonight. I really do. You're going to get Patriots and either Texans or Steelers, or you're going to get the Patriots and the Texans or Steelers. I really like whoever comes out of this Texans-Steelers game against the Patriots. Dylan, what were kind of your takeaways from the Sunday games?
I've been getting a huge kick out of my algorithm on Instagram, giving me Philadelphia fans post-game. That's been an absolute blast.
Yeah.
That was awesome to see Brock Purdy and the Niners go in there and win that game. I mean, I wasn't rooting for the Eagles by any chance, and I was rooting for the Niners by proxy because I have a really good friend who's from San Jose and a huge Niners fan. So I was really happy with that. I had Jaguars fever yesterday and was pretty happy with the way they played until the very, very end, obviously. Great game, though. Like you mentioned, the lead changes in the fourth quarter, setting a record for an NFL postseason game. That was awesome. Awesome football, the first 2 games. And then you got kind of what you'd expect from the offensive line of the Chargers. I mean, that was a melee up front. And the Patriots, the Patriots caught a lot of slack for not playing good teams.
Mm-hmm.
And they played a good team yesterday, but with one really bad unit.
Yeah.
And they really made it show. And I kind of left that game. I kind of like Justin Herbert more now.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't see him get down on it. I mean, he was still giving it everything he had. And, God, he got rocked quite a few times. Like I said earlier, you said he dropped back 37 times. I could have sworn he got pressured and hit 50 times dropping back. It seemed like every play there's just 3 guys all over him. I agree with you. I think next weekend is going to be an absolute blast. I think the AFC side is going to be great, Buffalo and Denver. And then the NFC should be a lot of fun as well. And then I'm looking forward to the game tonight too.
Yeah, I love tonight's game, and I think you bring up a good point in Justin Herbert. I think anybody who watches those games understands like it. I think that Justin Herbert gets a lot of flack for his struggles in the postseason. I think a lot of them are warranted, but I still think that half the league, if not everybody but 10 in the league would trade their quarterback for Justin Herbert in a heartbeat. I mean, he's a tough SOB. I mean, the guy's playing with a broken hand, and he's getting the crap kicked out of him. He got hit.
He's fighting for extra yards when he runs.
Yeah,
he's trying to maneuver the pocket, which there is none.
Yeah,
and he's just taking lick after lick, and he's trying his best. I mean, granted the job is more than that, but still, I mean, it's just hard not to like the guy more and more every time you watch him like that.
And I think that he's kind of the modern day Andrew Luck. I think that that's kind of the position he's in. I think that you could argue there's talent around him, and I think that I could argue that, but the offensive line was awful this year, and I think injuries had a lot to do with it. But man, they really struggled today. But tonight's game, do you have any? I love the Steelers tonight. I think that Aaron Rodgers, this is the kind of game he lives for. But is there any kind of lean that you have when it comes to Texans Steelers tonight?
I mean, with my brain, I'm leading Texans. I think that defense is going to be really good tonight. But it's really hard to not think that Aaron Rodgers has more games left in him. You know, it's just kind of one of those things you go, I just think I see them winning. It's just, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I think towards the latter half of the season when the Texans got pretty hot, I could see them making a run. But there's just something about the Steelers, especially after the way the last game went. Like they seemingly have a little bit of fight in them that might just be enough to beat the Texans in their defense.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that a lot of the Texans' defense is the fact that during the win streak, the two best quarterbacks they faced were playing behind backup offensive lines, that being the Bills and the Chiefs. And then you had the Colts put up a big number on them. The Chargers, if not for some bad plays, they were within a couple scores. The Raiders almost beat them. The Cardinals almost beat them. I mean, I think there's a lot of luck boxing that winning streak for the Texans, and I think that Aaron Rodgers, it's going to be cold. He's going to be wearing the long johns. You're going to be able to see his breath, and I think he's going to come out on fire. And
yeah. Have you noticed how dark the football is that the Steelers use?
Yeah.
It is black.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I think that this year's Steelers team, I think it's going to be really fun. I think the most fun remaining Super Bowl matchup that's probably not going to happen, it's Steelers and Bears and Aaron Rodgers winning it. I think that's the most funny.
God, yeah.
That's the most funny. Bears have their best season ever. They beat the Packers twice, and Aaron Rodgers beats them in the Super Bowl. That's the funniest possible.
And then you get, I still own you.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be poetic. But yeah, those are the NFL wild card round thoughts. If you've got them, let us know. 316-247-0923. We've had some people chime in on the text line. Some people thinking my John Harbaugh criticism was a little harsh, and I would agree. I think that maybe I might be in the minority in terms of my opinions on John Harbaugh and then the Bills as well. But when we return, we are going to talk to Dean Jaderston. I already said it, Gene Daterston. Dean Jaderston, when we return, the head basketball coach for the Friends women's basketball team, when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans.
Hey, Chance, is this self-contained?
On ESPN Wichita.
Say it again.
92.3
is this
FM.
self-contained?
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, get a smart water softener, lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Are you tired of replacing your roof every 5 years? AR Roofing has permanent solutions for you. AR offers both stone-coated steel and indestructible rubberized roofing options, reducing your insurance premiums and promising this is the last roof you'll ever need installed. Contact them for a no-pressure consultation and learn how AR Roofing can help you protect your home from hail, wind, and storm damage today. Affordable financing options available. Contact them at 316-242-0214 or on their website at arroofing.com.
Looking for an exciting new job? Gillies Park City is open and hiring. Join our team at the newest premier entertainment destination in the area. Come work where the music's loud, the energy's high, and every shift feels legendary. We're hiring environmental services, cooks, servers, bartenders, food runners, restaurant hosts, facilities, and more. Join the Gillies team for the ride of your life. Head to playgillies.com and apply today.
Hey, Wichita, this is Stephen St. John, and I want you to listen to my show every morning from 8 until 10 a.m. right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. We're broadcasting live from Kansas City right to you in Wichita every weekday morning, and we want you to be part of the show.
A new day with SSJ on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
All right, welcome into the Pulse here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm Chance Lebo filling in for Pat Strathman today. Appreciate you for joining us. And we are pleased to be welcome now chatting with the head coach of the Friends University women's basketball team. It's head coach Dean Jaderston. Coach, your girls are off to an incredible start. You guys are now 15-1 after a big win last time out against Oklahoma Wesleyan. You got some key performances, not only in the starting lineup, but also off the bench. It was a big win for you guys on the road against Oklahoma Wesleyan. Kind of talk about what transpired on Saturday in a big 69-61 win over Oklahoma Wesleyan.
I don't know what it is about going down to Oakwu, but we always have battles there, regardless of records, regardless of where our standings are. They play us tough. I think they have some good matchups against us. And it was an important one for us. We did not have Raylan Garner, who is working through a minor knee injury. And instead of having her limp through the second half of the season, we're I think shutting her down for about a week just to try and get her completely healthy. So learning to play with a little different rotation. And frankly, with Ray, you get about 10 free points a game. You just get a board or get a transition basket. So there's always an adjustment when your rotations change. And we had a really slow start. We came out, I think we had 5 of our first 6 turnovers. Our possessions were turnovers. And then kind of caught our breath and settled down. And I thought we played a really solid game the rest of the way. We got a great performance from our freshman, Reagan Bugai, who had her first 20-point college game. Lauren McGyver got her 1,000th career point at Friends. And so that was an exciting moment for her. And I thought just as you watch the game through the second half, we just got a little bit more sure, a little bit more consistent, and just kept pulling away as the game drew near the end.
And you kind of talked about Lauren McIver. She gets her 1,000th career point, but I mean, it was just an all-around impressive game for her. 16 points, 10 rebounds, 9 assists, and doing it defensively with 5 blocks and 3 steals. Talk about just how much she affects the game on any given game. She can kind of do a little bit of everything.
When you look at Lauren's game, she started this season thinking she had to be just a scorer. In her first 3-4 games, she was looking so much to score, she forgot how much else she brings to the game. And when she started moving into the role of being a playmaker, even from the wing, that's when we really started playing our best basketball. It was a bummer before we gave grief. We had a girl, Lauren found her wide open, uncontested, under the basket. And she was so open, she missed the bunny, got her own rebound and scored, but that was the assist that would have made Lauren's triple-double.
Yeah.
And so we were getting a little chuckle out of that one, but it was just an all-around performance. With Ray gone, we needed more rebounds. We needed to put some length on their best scorer. It was just a truly all-around performance from her, and she's starting to lead more and more and better as the season progresses.
And you guys also got a big performance off the bench from a freshman in Reagan Bugai. I mean, a 20-point performance off the bench is not easy to come by, and especially from a freshman. Kind of talk about what led to a performance like that. I'm sure it's been a long time coming for her.
She is an incredibly skilled basketball player. I've said in front of our team that she may be our most skilled player with the ball in her hands, just with her handles and how deceptive she is. And like every freshman, there is this grind to the college game. You have to raise your level of intensity at both ends of the floor. And I just feel like Reagan's been growing and growing as the season has gone on. Candidly, she came off a couple games where she was not at her best. And I think some of the grind of the season took its toll a little bit. We had a great conversation. I think it was on Thursday that this is normal for freshmen. There's this kind of wall you got to push through. And if you just keep playing, if you keep pushing, all of a sudden you're going to burst out the other side. And that's exactly what she did. There's probably 4 moves she had that'll be on her highlight tape at the end of the year. Just one-on-one, putting people on skates or getting by. And a couple of them were at key moments when we really needed a basket. We were just struggling to kind of find our offensive identity without Ray. And she delivered at those moments and all of a sudden stretched the lead.
And then for you guys in that fourth quarter, I mean, you guys go 9 of 13 from the field, struggled a little bit from the free throw line, but that was when you guys really pulled away. It was a really tight ball game, a 3-point game heading into the final quarter of play, which in a road environment like it is down there in Bartlesville, it can be a little bit chippy in that fourth quarter. And you guys handled the pressure well. What have you guys done throughout this season, especially coming back from the holiday break where, you know, a lot of girls, it takes them some time to get their legs back under them. For you guys to push into that fourth quarter and pull away, that says a lot about how you guys are skilled and also conditioned.
That's been the tail coming back from break. All four games we've played, 3 of the 4, I think we might have trailed in the fourth quarter at some point in time. The Ottawa game was very close going into the fourth quarter. And, you know, in Columbia, we finished on an 18-4 run. Sterling, we finished on a really nice run and expanded the lead. And Oklahoma Wesleyan, the one girl they had, the Alexander girl, had 18 in the first half. I think she only had 6 or 5 in the second half. We talk a lot about pressure and how pressure, you don't see the results of it for 3 quarters, but you have to keep it on. And I think one of the people that goes unnoticed sometimes is KK Peeler, who puts just this incredible pressure on the other team's point guards. They can't start their offenses where they want. It really is disruptive in the full court, but you don't see the impact of it until that fourth quarter. And all of a sudden, that fourth quarter, legs are tired, teams aren't running their stuff anymore, and that pressure all of a sudden takes hold and the impact of it's seen. And so that's been one of the things that has been really good for us, is to understand that it's a 4-quarter game. We're not, for the most part, blowing teams out by 30, 40 points because it starts with defense with us. And if you're going to guard, there's going to be some longer possessions because people aren't getting good looks. We're not going for steals. We're going for pressure, contested shots, and rebounding. So it just takes time for that to build. And so I think the Oklahoma Wesleyan game was a great example of that. The other thing that happened in that game, we've had very few teams zone us. And so they went to this 1-2-2 kind of matchup that morphs into a 2-3. And frankly, it took us a while to understand how to attack it. And so not having Ray, who would be in the normal first rotation of that, it kind of changed some people's rotations. we were looking a lot instead of moving the ball. And the second half, the ball started to move. And when the ball starts to move, the ball has eyes. It starts finding shooters, and we looked like a different team. So it just took us a while to adjust. We set up the game. We want those kind of games in mid-season. If they don't expose a flaw or a weakness that we can work on, then that's going to catch up to us at the end of the year. So I thought it was a great job of our girls just being patient, not getting rattled because things weren't working for a while, and learning, okay, this is how we can attack it, and then coming through in the fourth quarter.
And then for you guys, the Tuesday win against Sterling was a big win for you guys. Momentum, obviously, here into the second half of the season, a team you guys were tied with in the standings. It's hard to turn the ball over 28 times in a game and still end up on the winning side, no matter who you're playing. But talk about that performance from the team and how they rallied behind a really good defensive performance.
We are really good at turning the ball over at times. It's not just win, but turn the ball over 28 times and still score 84 points is just a weird basketball stat. It goes back to that game again. I think there were almost 90 possessions in that game, so to hold them to 72 points was really, really good. We guarded again, and except for our transition defense, we were really, really happy with how we guarded that game. And Sterling is tough. They've got 4 players who are playing at a high level, especially Breyer right now, who's shooting it really well. And Vogel had a great game against us. So we knew we had to stop some talented players. We thought we were deeper than them. We thought we were more balanced than them. And again, that game come fourth quarter, all of a sudden was a completely different game than the first 3 quarters. And I think that for us, it's just that model. We came out third quarter, I think, scored 30 and kind of opened it up a little, and then just, locked down again defensively in that fourth quarter down the stretch. So I was proud again of our team. I think we had 4 players in double digits, another kid with 9, and it was a real team effort by us.
Talking with head coach Dean Jaderstein of the Friends women's basketball team as they're off to a 15-1 start. You brought up that Rayland is out for a little bit of time here. You said about a week or 2 until she'll be back in action. Who are you kind of looking for to step up and fill some shoes, or at least to be able to step into her starting lineup spot and perform?
Against Oakwood, we moved Katie Weiss into there. They had zoned us the first time, and Katie gave us another 3-point threat on the perimeter to stretch the floor a little bit. Heaven Gilbert's playing better and better, and she's taking the minutes that sometimes we use Ray when we go with a small lineup. She's taking those minutes. It's kind of injuries sometimes come in bunches, and we had 3 kids in street clothes on Saturday. It was it's a bummer because a couple of those kids would have stepped into that, but they're all dealing with some nagging stuff that we've got to get figured out. And, basketball season is a grind. It's the next girl up, and players. We've got a nice deep bench. I thought Jaden Glasgow gave us some really good minutes defensively and was moving and brought some energy. So it's kind of by committee. It's hard to replace somebody who's going 19 or so points a game.
Yeah.
And so you don't ask somebody to go out and get 19 more per game. You ask 10 people to go get a couple points. And if everybody gets 2 points, you fill that gap. So that's how we're looking at it. I don't expect Ray to be out past Wednesday unless something else develops. She seemed to show a lot of progress between Thursday and Saturday. We'll check in with her today, see where it's at. But it gives chances for kids to step up and be ready to go.
And you guys are now at the halfway point of the league schedule at 9-1 in conference play. What have you learned about the league this year? What do you feel like? It's a different league every year, it feels like, with new players coming in and going out. I mean, what have you kind of learned about the league as a whole this season? What kind of 25, 26, what does the league provide in terms of a challenge?
Yeah, I think the bottom of our league is better than it was last year. You look at the wins that people had non-conference and wins that that they've had even in conference, and so there's no off nights. I think the top 6 teams have separated themselves a little bit, maybe 7. Evangel's really good. There's just you have 5 all-conference players who start. that's a tough load. And it's unfortunate we had to play them the very first game of the conference season. And because of our unbalanced schedule, we only get them once. So we're going to need somebody to do us a little bit of a favor along the way and get them somewhere. If not, we'll get to see them in the playoffs, hopefully. And it'll be interesting to see how we match up. But they're definitely head and shoulders. I don't know that they've had a single-digit game yet, maybe besides us. But that middle group, you've got Sterling, Bethany. They're all dangerous. St. Mary's playing really well. They've figured out some things from first part of the season, and they've got a 6'7" girl who presents a unique challenge, and they're sitting right below us. So in a week or so, we'll get to meet that challenge a little bit. I just think it's a league that's competitive every single night. You look at our game against Oakwood as a perfect example. They're down near the bottom, but it was a battle to the end. And that's what makes college basketball fun. This is the time of year where you see upsets, you see really, really close games. Everybody's getting better, and makes it a lot of fun to come and see a game.
And then you brought up the word challenge. I mean, how are you challenging the girls here in this back half of the schedule? This feels like when you guys, under your leadership, have just continued to get better and better as the season goes on. How are you challenging your girls down the stretch here?
So our goal is not to be the best team in the league in November. It's to be the best team in the league in February. And so every game, how do we get better? If everybody gets 2% better, now we're a 20, 30% better basketball team. And so the better you get, the harder it is to grow. It's that law of diminishing marginal returns. And so every day, what's something you're getting better at? And that's one of the things that's
got about 2 minutes left.
Constant theme for us at the end of
and you can just send it straight to break.
Better at today? What are you taking from today? What are you going to do tomorrow that you learned today so that you don't forget and you keep that skill set? And so the biggest thing is, how do you get better? How do you get better each game? How do you get better each practice? What did those games reveal about us that we have to address? I also think this time of the year, it's about fresh minds and fresh legs. We shorten practices. We do more film sometimes than reps. But it's about just keeping them fresh and excited and hungry and excited about the fact that they got a little bit better each day.
And you guys get Southwestern and Bethany this week. What's the early scout look like for the Jinx down there in Winfield?
Southwestern is just a young, hungry team under new leadership. Josh is doing a good job with them, and they're competing. That's the thing. And for us, it's a chance to work on our mental game, not looking past the team that has been weak the last few years and coming in with our best game, using it to work on stuff that we saw last game. Bethany is dangerous. Bethany has played people tough. They've got some very skilled players, and Sarah does a really good job with them. Last year at the end of our season, we dealt with some internal things and hit a little slump, and it was Southwestern and Bethany at the end where we just did not play well. So for us, it's a little bit of redemption in terms of, okay, now here's the same 2 games. How are we going to do it differently this year? And so I'm excited for our team to take that challenge and kind of launch into the rest of the season.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck this week. It was a pleasure talking once again.
Sounds good. Thank you, and Happy New Year.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Welcome your customers, friends, and family to your business or home with beautiful interior plans from Tropical Designs. Tropical Designs is Wichita's leading interior landscaping company, here to help you design, install, and maintain beautiful plants that will make everyone feel at home. Let us transform your space with no obligation consultation. Call 316-634-1500 or visit tdplants.com. Tropical Designs, making Wichita businesses and homes beautiful for over 45 years.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Aria and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Aria.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey, Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A swat on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown.
The legacy continues right here on your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
It's a big one as the Jayhawks host Iowa State. Tip-off is at 8. Crimson and Blue show starts at 6:30. On your home for Kansas Athletics. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Time to wrap up the show. A Monday edition of The Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. It's time for a Mount Rushmore Monday, brought to you by Red Axe Shredding. Protect your playbook and your business with Red Axe Shredding. From paper to hard drives, they securely destroy it all. From home offices to large businesses, Red Axe offers secure on-site and off-site shredding you can trust. Fast and affordable and 100% confidential. Call Red Axe Shredding today at 316-869-2215 or visit redaxe.co. Trust the pros. Shred with Red Axe. All right, in this segment, Dylan or Jack, when he's producing, will give myself a category. We will both name our top 4 in said category. And we'll try and do so before the show wraps up here in about 5 minutes or so. So, Dylan, what is the Mount Rushmore Monday category today?
Off the top of my head, let's go with times of sporting events. Like, for instance, my
Ooh.
favorite time to go to a game is the noon or the Sunday day baseball game.
Okay.
Or like 3:30 in the afternoon playoff NFL game.
Yeah.
So on and so forth.
Okay. I will start. I'll go my number one. Mine is I guess it would be 2:30 here. 2:30, and this is post daylight saving time. So this would be 2:30 in November, college football kickoff. I think that is the best because it is late enough in the day where it's the sun is going down, as well as you're also going to get a little bit of night game feel to it once the second half hits, as long as the game is still within reason. So 2:30 in the afternoon, early enough to tailgate, late enough to tailgate and have a good time at a tailgate. Also, it is early enough to where you're not getting home. You know, I always went to Manhattan from Chapman, which is about 40 minutes, no traffic. So about an hour, 15 drive home. So you're not getting home at a super late time. You're still able to have a Sunday without ruining your evening on Saturday. So I would say 2:30 kickoff college football after daylight saving time. What about you? What's your number one?
Sunday day game baseball.
Okay.
The best.
I think that's a pretty good one too. A little get out of town game.
Spoiler alert, the second one is weekday day game baseball because you feel like you shouldn't be there. It's like playing hooky.
Yeah. I like
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Like, hey, we found our way at the baseball game. Oh boy,
that. Ferris Bueller's Day Off came up today, and I said I haven't seen it. I know that it was met with some boos from a lot of the people here in the studio, but
homework to do.
I know. I guess my second place will be let's go prime time Sunday night game. I feel like that's the best one to go to, especially this is a bonus if you've taken off Monday for work. I feel like that's also really nice because then you don't have to worry about getting home at a decent time. So I'll go Sunday NFL. And Dylan already said his second was hooky at a baseball game. I will go with let's go college basketball on a weeknight. I think that's like something where you're looking forward to it at work the entire day. Or at school. Yeah, I remember one of my buddies texted me at like 11 a.m. on a day of a K-State Baylor game. And he was like, hey, I got an extra ticket. You want to go? And I was like, absolutely. And it made my day that much better the entire day. And, especially if you have like a trip to the game and you can, put your bets in, you can all put a little same game parlay together. Love it. So that's my third slot.
Give me 3:30 afternoon, kind of cold but sunny Chiefs or NFL game.
Okay. So like early season action where it's not too cold.
Like in November. Yeah, kind of the same thing you said. Like not too cold, but nice out, but you're out there all day.
Mm-hmm.
You get home for the night game, that sort of thing.
All right, this one might be cheating. I'll go doubleheader baseball where you get tickets to both games and you go to both. You can stay in the lot after the game and you can tailgate still. You go and enjoy yourself at both games, and it's even better if they win. So I'm going to go doubleheader baseball if you got tickets to both, because there's nothing better than leaving a game and not having to go home. So I'll go with doubleheader baseball.
I'm going to go with, this is a double one here. Team on the road, mid-afternoon game, early in the season football, but you play golf that morning.
Ooh, okay. Is there a spot you have in mind?
Golf?
Yeah, well, like if the Chiefs are on the road, is there a location you have in mind?
Well, it'd be West Coast preferably, so it's kind of we'll say at Chargers 3:30 start. But you go play golf in the morning, you get red zone on for the early games. You know how it is.
Yeah, that's a good pull, Dylan. All right, Dylan, great job, great work today. Appreciate you for helping me out. Pat will be back tomorrow for another edition of The Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan.